Chapter 204. Why are you so stupid? It's more than enough to defeat so many of them. Why do you still want to challenge a half-step origin core warrior? Seeing Yi Xian on the verge of death, Song Suijing couldn't hold it in any longer. She laid her head on Yi Xian's body and started crying. The surrounding people were speechless. A princess of a dynasty was laying her head on a man's body and crying in public. What kind of scandal was this? But they still turned their heads away and pretended they didn't see anything. What are you talking about? Didn't I just beat up that Tang Yaoguang? If it wasn't for that old man, I wouldn't have become like this. Yi Xian said helplessly. He really wanted to take advantage of the situation, but all his meridians had just been reconnected, and he couldn't move at all. If you didn't challenge him, this wouldn't have happened. Song Suijing raised her head. Her face was covered in tears, and it almost melted Yi Xian's heart. That won't do. If I don't take revenge, it will always be a burden in my heart, and become an obstacle in my path of cultivation. That's why I have to get rid of it. Yi Xian casually made up an excuse. What cultivation? He grew by devouring things, and cultivation had nothing to do with him. Right after he finished speaking, Jiang Yu, who went out to catch Tang Sun, suddenly returned. But he came back alone. When he returned, he immediately walked up to Yi Xian and checked his injuries. You were hit by Elder Tang Sun's 2 palm strikes, but you only suffered such minor injuries. Jiang Yu asked in surprise. I ate a life-saving pill, otherwise I would be in deep trouble. Yi Xian grinned, then asked again, where's that old man? Elder Song went after him, but I couldn't catch up with him, so I came back. Don't worry, junior brother, Soaring Heaven Mansion will definitely give you justice. Jiang Yu said. That old man is the old great emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, the only divine core warrior in the Great Tang Dynasty. He really helped me vent the hatred in my heart. Yi Xian casually said. If possible, he wanted to return Tang Sun's slap with his own hands. All right, I'll carry you back to rest, Jiang Yu said as he found a stretcher and carried Yi Xian back to the courtyard. But when he arrived, he was shocked to find that Yi Xian's room was already a mess, and there was a scarlet word for death on the wall. This Tang Tian is really rebellious. Jiang Yu personally cleaned up the garbage in the Yi Xian and then made a big ice cube. Here, put Yi Xian on top. 1000-year frost. Song Suijing exclaimed in surprise. Yes, this will help you recover. You'll need to rest for at least a month. Jiang Yu nodded. Thank you, senior brother. Yi Xian lied down on the ice bed and smiled. He felt that the ice bed beneath him was not bad. It had indeed increased his recovery speed by quite a bit. He estimated that he wouldn't need a month, he would only need 10 days. After that, Jiang Yu left. He still had something important to do, and that was to report this incident to the Soaring Heaven Mansion. As for Song Suijing, she stayed behind to take care of Yi Xian. However, what surprised Song Suijing was that in less than half a day, Yi Xian's injuries had mostly healed. He could even move his arms, which were just crippled. How is this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Suijing was astonished. I told you, it's a life-saving pill, it's priceless. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. But in his mind, he was extremely shocked. After half a day, he could feel that most of his injuries had healed. He had the mid-level 100-flower bloodline in his body, the pill he spent 300 million devour points to buy, and the ice bed underneath him. These 3 things could increase his recovery speed. However, the one with the greatest effect was that medicinal pill. What a loss. I accidentally bought an expensive pill and wasted 200 million. Yi Xian felt bitter, but the situation was urgent and he didn't have time to think about it. So, he used his remaining devour points to exchange for the best pill he could. Seeing that Yi Xian could move again, Song Suijing sighed in relief and said, "That pill must have been left behind by that senior, right?" "That's right." Yi Xian nodded. He knew that Song Suijing thought that he got the pill together with the earth rank body tempering technique, so he didn't explain. After a while, his body could move again. The heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill is too miraculous. Not only did it heal my injuries, but it also removed the after-effects of the explosive technique. I just need to rest for one more night and I'll be able to return to my peak. Yi Xian hurriedly sensed it and found that this was not the only surprise. At this time, the Xian qi in his body was much stronger than before. He had just broken through not long ago, but now he was already at his limit. What was going on? Could it be the effect of the heavenly fragrance life-prolonging pill? No, that's impossible. The pill has never had a hidden attribute. He quickly thought for a moment and finally attributed this surprise to the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. As long as he was seriously injured, his strength would increase after he recovered. This could be the hidden effect of the mid-level 100-flower bloodline. I've really earned big. I didn't lose out this time. Yi Xian was astonished. Not only did he not lose out this time, he actually earned big. Yi Xian, your realm, how did it recover? Song Suijing could not help but ask. Just now, she clearly felt that all the meridians in Yi Xian's body were broken and his Xian qi began to dissipate. Later on, his Xian qi slowly returned and his meridians were all reconnected. However, at that time, she felt that Yi Xian's strength was only at the peak of the true energy realm. Now, however, he had recovered and was even stronger than before. Oh, it's the effect of that pill. Yi Xian casually replied again. Fortunately, you have this kind of divine pill. Otherwise, your life would be ruined. Song Suijing also felt that it was unbelievable. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard, followed by two people walking in. Grandfather. Song Suijing turned her head and saw that it was Song Qing. She immediately called out. The other person was the first on the earth roll, Jiang Yu. Song Qing quickly walked in and asked with an expression of disbelief, "How is this possible? All your meridians were broken by Tang Sun, how did you?" Yi Xian did not want to talk about this topic, so he immediately asked, "Senior, where is that old man?" That old man suddenly used a martial skill that greatly increased his speed. I couldn't catch up with him, and he escaped into the 100,000 mountain range outside the soaring heaven mansion. Song Qing helplessly shook his head and continued, "But Jiang Yu has already reported to the sect master, and a group of sect elders have gone out to capture him. He escaped." Yi Xian's heart sank. This was not a good sign. Tang Sun was a divine core warrior, and he could do whatever he wanted in the eastern region. If Yi Xian was targeted by him, his life could be in danger at any time. End of chapter. Chapter 205. However, Tang Sun had to rely on his legs to escape. The elders who went out to capture him could ride on the soaring sky rocks, so they should be able to catch him. Let's not talk about this for now. It's fine as long as you're fine. How did you recover? Song Qing asked. I was training outside previously and coincidentally obtained the inheritance of a senior. I also obtained a life-saving pill. Otherwise, I might have become a cripple this time and might even lose my life, Yi Xian replied. In his opinion, even if Tang Sun was captured, he would not be punished too severely because he had already recovered. Therefore, he had to increase Tang Sun's crimes so that he would not be able to bear the consequences. You've connected your meridians in such a short time and your injuries have mostly healed. It seems that this pill is extraordinary. However, don't worry. Tang Sun is dead for sure this time. At least his cultivation will be crippled, Song Qing said. At least? Yi Xian was shocked. Tang Sun was an elder. How could he be crippled just like that? At this moment, he suddenly thought of a possibility. Senior, previously, Yi Xian asked. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Song Qing. Let me ask you first. How did you know that name? Both of them had the same thought. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly answered, it was mentioned in a letter that my father left behind. He asked me to come to the Soaring Sky Mansion to look for him. Father. Song Qing paused for a moment. Then, his eyes suddenly widened and he asked, what's your father's name? Yi Chong. Yi Xian answered instinctively. What? Both of them exclaimed in surprise. One of them was Song Qing, and the other was Jiang Yu. Yi Chong. Isn't he the super genius who won the first place in the Heavenly Mansion more than 10 years ago? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. This super genius was Yi Xian's father. Your surname is Yi too. I didn't expect you to be his son. Song Qing said with a shocked expression. The surname Yi was considered common. There were dozens of disciples in the Soaring Sky Mansion with this surname. However, he did not expect Yi Xian to be related to Yi Chong. Yi Xian also did not expect this. He thought that Yi Chong was only acquainted with the elders of the Soaring Sky Mansion. He did not expect that Yi Chong was also a disciple of the Soaring Sky Mansion. Where is Yi Chong now? Song Qing continued to ask. I'm not sure either. My father has left home for many years, and he has broken through the shackles of the Divine Core Realm. He left a letter for me to come to Soaring Firmament Manor to look for someone, Yi Xian answered honestly. What? As soon as he said this, the three people in the room were all shocked. He has surpassed the Divine Core Realm, he has actually broken through to the 4th level of the Divine Soul Realm. Song Qing opened his mouth wide. He was a Divine Core warrior, how could he not understand what this meant? The Divine Core Realm was divided into 3 major realms, Mortal Core, Earth Core, and Heavenly Core. These 3 realms were further divided into Initial Core, and Advanced Core. In other words, there were a total of 9 stages in the Divine Core Realm. Although there were only 9 stages between the True Spirit Realm and the peak of the True Profound Realm, the difficulty of breaking through these 9 stages in the Divine Core Realm was at least 100 times greater. Song Qing was only at the Mortal Core Realm, and it was said that the Soaring Sky Mansion Sect Chief was only at the Earth Core Realm. As for Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, he had actually broken through the shackles of the Heavenly Core Realm a long time ago. He had broken his core and formed his soul, becoming a super mighty warrior who had broken through to the 4th level of the Divine Soul Realm. 4th level of the Divine Soul Realm. So this is the realm after the Divine Core Realm. It sounds so awesome. Yi Xian thought to himself. Yi Xian, are you sure that your father has already surpassed the Divine Core Realm? Song Qing asked in disbelief. Yes, this letter was written by him 8 years ago. At that time, he had already broken through to the Divine Core Realm. Yi Xian nodded his head. Song Qing swallowed his saliva and murmured, 8 years ago, he was already at the 4th level of the Divine Soul Realm, then now, he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Song Suijing and Jiang Yu were filled with admiration. They knew that Yi Xian came from a low-rank empire, but they never expected that a genius who was even stronger than the sect chief of the Soaring Heaven Mansion would appear in this low-rank empire. Most importantly, this genius was Yi Xian's father. Senior, this Lin Wenyue is? Yi Xian asked curiously. Lin Wenyue, no, she should be called Lin Si now. She is the sect chief's daughter, the great elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Song Qing replied. Sect chief's daughter. Yi Xian and the other 2 were dumbfounded. I don't mind telling you this, she was your father's junior apprentice sister, and she liked your father. However, your father, he only treated her as his little sister, and after your father left the soaring heaven mansion, she went into secluded cultivation, and she hasn't come out yet." Song Qing sighed and said. Yi Xian and the other two were speechless. They never thought that something like this would happen back then. "Father even asked me to look for her. What if she kills me?" Yi Xian shuddered. However, Lin Wenyue might know where Yi Chong went. "Senior, can I see her?" Yi Xian asked. "I'm not sure. She has been in seclusion for more than 10 years, and even the sect chief has only seen her a few times." "I don't know about you." Song Qing wasn't sure either. After all, Yi Xian was Yi Chong's son. However, after a pause, he said, "However, the sect chief and your father had some conflicts, so the sect chief didn't allow you to see the great elder." "Conflicts?" Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he was in big trouble. "However, the sect chief also said that if you can enter the top 10 of the heaven roll, he might let you see the great elder," Song Qing added. "The top 10 of the heaven roll?" Yi Xian gasped. He hadn't even entered the top 10 of the earth roll. "Senior, I'm currently a disciple of the underworld palace. How can I enter the heavenly palace?" Yi Xian asked. "As long as you can enter the top 5 of the earth roll, you'll be qualified to challenge those on the heaven roll. Also, there are only 100 people on the heaven roll." Jiang Yu explained. Yi Xian thought for a moment. He was currently in the top 20 of the earth roll, and if he worked hard, he would be able to break through to the half-step origin core realm and enter the top 10. Although there were only 100 people on the heaven roll, not all of them were at the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, it wasn't difficult to enter the heaven roll. The difficult part was entering the top 5 of the heaven roll. He estimated that the top 5 of the heaven roll were all super geniuses at the divine core realm. Therefore, it was still a bit difficult. "Yi Xian, I think you've profited from your misfortune this time. Your Xian energy has reached its peak. Here, I have a few earth rank cultivation skills, you can practice them first. I'll give you more later." Jiang Yu took out a few skill books. Yi Xian put them away. Then he said, "Senior disciple, please help me get more materials for my forging." "What? You haven't fully recovered from your injuries, and you want to forge?" Jiang Yu cried out in surprise. "It's all right, I'll rest for a night, and I'll be back to my peak tomorrow. Besides, I'm really short on money right now." Yi Xian answered honestly. End of chapter. Chapter 206. Yi Xian had reached the peak of the true mystic realm and was close to breaking through to the half-step origin core realm. However, he did not have anything in his devouring space, so it was not enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Therefore, he needed money. "All right, I have already ordered a lot of materials. It should be enough for you." Jiang Yu left after saying that, not wanting to disturb Yi Xian's rest. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. Remember what I said just now. If you want to meet the Great Elder, you have to be at least in the top 5 of the heaven list. As for Tang Sun, you don't have to worry about him. He won't be able to escape." Song Qing left after saying that, leaving only Yi Xian and Song Suijing in the room. "Then I'll leave too. Have a good rest. Call me if you need anything," Song Suijing said. "I'll call you if I need anything." Yi Xian's eyes lit up after hearing that, and he nodded. After a night of rest, Yi Xian had also recovered to his peak. Even he was surprised by the speed of his recovery. The next morning, he went to look for Jiang Yu. "Yi Xian. You've recovered." When Jiang Yu saw Yi Xian, he was shocked because Yi Xian did not look any different from before. Instead, his aura was stronger than before. "Yes, I've recovered," Yi Xian nodded and said, "Senior brother, how many materials do you have for high-grade spiritual artifacts?" 100, is that enough?" Jiang Yu grinned, 100. 100. Yi Xian's eyes widened. Now, a high-grade spiritual artifact only cost him 5 million devouring points, but he could sell it for 1,500 mid-grade crystals. 100 of them would be 150,000 mid-grade crystals, which was enough for him to break through to the half-step origin core realm. Not bad. It should be enough for you to use for half a year. Jiang Yu nodded. Previously, there were not many high-grade spiritual artifact blacksmiths, so there were not many materials. However, he had already gone to other places to get more materials. Ha, senior brother, I'll get them for you in 3 days. Yi Xian laughed. 3 days. It seems that you haven't fully recovered yet. Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Previously, Yi Xian sold a high-grade spirit artifact every 2 days. Now, it was 3 days. It was obvious that they had regressed. Yi Xian didn't try to defend himself. Senior brother, just give me all the materials. Oh, okay. Jiang Yu nodded slightly and took out all the materials he had collected. Yi Xian put everything into his devouring space. Just as he was about to enter the smithing room, he thought of another problem. He didn't have any more points to devour. This. Senior brother, can you give me some crystals in advance? Yi Xian asked weakly. How much do you want? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. 50,000 mid-grade crystals. Yi Xian said 50,000. Jiang Yu was also shocked, but he didn't ask any questions. Yi Xian's status wasn't ordinary, so he simply took out the crystal. Many thanks, senior brother. Yi Xian took the crystals and walked into the smithing room. 3 days later, he walked out of the cave. Jiang Yu was still sitting in the weapon hole. When he saw Yi Xian come out, he said in surprise, "Oh, Yi Xian, did you forge a blazing sword?" Yi Xian didn't say anything. He took out 2 large boxes from his devouring space. Jiang Yu was a little surprised as he opened it to take a look. He found that there were piles of treasured swords lying quietly inside, and all of them were high-grade spirit artifacts, raging flame swords. What? So many. Jiang Yu was shocked. Senior brother, all 100 blazing swords are complete. Yi Xian said slowly. Hiss. Jiang Yu sucked in a breath of cold air as soon as he heard this. He forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. How was that possible? Jiang Yu jumped off the recliner and checked them. He found that these blazing swords were the same as before. There were no flaws. Junior brother Yi, you. Jiang Yu was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Senior brother, it was a blessing in disguise. Not only did I break through to the half-step origin core realm, but my forging skills also improved, Yi Xian said with a smile. Improved? Isn't that a bit too much? Jiang Yu's eyes widened. Breaking through to the half-step origin core realm in 3 days wasn't the main point. The main point was that he forged 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. That speed was monstrous. Oh right, senior brother, if possible, can you help me get some other materials? Yi Xian said suddenly. What do you want? Jiang Yu asked. Black iron essence, black wind sand. Yi Xian said more than 10 materials in one go. Jiang Yu listened. After that, he exclaimed in shock, these are materials used to forge earth-grade weapons. Don't tell me you. Yes, my forging skills have improved, so I want to try, Yi Xian said with a smile. Jiang Yu hesitated for a moment, then nodded his head, all right, I'll go and get some. After that, he took out 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones. This was the reward for Yi Xian's 100 blazing swords. Since he had predicted that there would be 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he only had 100,000 left. After that, Yi Xian left. In the past 3 days, with the help of the 50,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he had broken through to the half-step origin core realm. Furthermore, he didn't need any earth-grade cultivation techniques, as he didn't need any restrictions. This was the benefit of the devouring system. With the 100,000 mid-grade crystal stones, he now had 1.5 billion devouring points, which was more than enough for him to spend. However, in order to break through to the divine core realm from the half-step origin core realm, he would need far more cultivation resources. Without 1 million mid-grade crystal stones, it would be impossible. But that was all for later. Right now, he had something else to do. The top 10 of the Earth board. However, right after he left, a figure walked toward him. Senior. Yi Xian greeted respectfully. Yi Xian, you've really recovered. Song Qing was surprised, but he didn't think too much about it. He said, the reason I'm here is because I have something to tell you. Tang Sun has escaped. What? Yi Xian was shocked. Didn't they say that a mighty warrior rode a soaring sky rock to capture Tang Sun? How could he have escaped? Tang Sun has escaped. Not only that, Tang Tian has disappeared as well. The Great Tang Alliance has collapsed. Song Qing said. This, Yi Xian paused for a moment. Song Qing slowly said, you better be careful these days. I'll be careful. Yi Xian understood. He had been targeted by a divine core warrior, and if he wasn't careful, he might die without knowing why. And, since you've recovered, then work harder. Even though you've broken through to the half-step origin core realm, don't slack off. Try to break through to the divine core realm as soon as possible. After saying that, Song Qing turned around and left. He was a divine core warrior, and even though Yi Xian tried his best to conceal his cultivation, he still couldn't hide it from him. But, he wasn't too surprised. After all, with a divine realm freak like Yi Chong around, Yi Xian, a 16-year-old half-step origin core warrior, was nothing. End of this chapter. Chapter 207. After Song Qing left, Yi Xian did not return immediately. Instead, he went to another place in the underworld manor. The Alchemy Hall. The Alchemy Hall in the Underworld Manor happened to be opened by the people of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. This time, Yi Xian directly purchased a lot of materials. The materials for forging were relatively small. Moreover, this time, he directly refined 100 blazing swords. Therefore, he was afraid that he would have to wait for a while to obtain the materials. Now, he needed a large amount of crystal stones. Therefore, this time, he wanted to refine pills. Moreover, he wanted to refine a very special type of pill. Luyuan pill. This Luyuan pill could allow a martial artist to directly condense inner core. One did not need to cultivate earth-level cultivation techniques to condense inner core. If this type of pill was promoted, it would definitely be in short supply. Unfortunately, the pill formula of this Luyuan pill was extremely expensive. Yi Xian spent a total of 800 million devour points. Fortunately, he still had 100 million devour points left and 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones to purchase the materials. The materials for the Luyuan pill were very rare. The Alchemy Hall only prepared 2 sets of materials. Moreover, it also cost him 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. After obtaining 2 sets of materials, Yi Xian directly exchanged for the pill formula. Then, he spent another 100 million devour points to refine 2 Luyuan pills. Damn, I don't even have a single cent on me. I'm so poor. Yi Xian said helplessly in his heart. Then, he walked in the direction of the weapon hall. When he arrived at the weapon hall, Yi Xian happened to see Jiang Yu at the entrance. Yi Xian, why are you back? Did you leave something in the forging room? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Senior brother, I have something to discuss with you. Yi Xian said. Oh. What is it? Jiang Yu continued to ask. Yi Xian did not waste time. He directly took out the 2 Luyuan pills and said, Senior brother, these are the 2 pills that I refined previously. Take a look. What? Junior brother, you know how to refine pills? Jiang Yu exclaimed as he took the pill and examined it. What an abundance of spiritual energy. What kind of pill is this? What effect does it have? Luyuan Dan. After refining it, the medicinal energy will form Dan essence. However, it can only be used by those at the peak of the true profound realm, Yi Xian explained simply. Boom! These words struck Jiang Yu's head like a bolt of lightning from the 9 heavens. He was dumbfounded by the lightning. Are you sure? Jiang Yu had a look of disbelief. Yes, senior brother, you can find someone to test it on. Yi Xian nodded. Jiang Yu was still a little confused. He had never heard of such a pill, but when he saw Yi Xian's serious expression, he chose to believe him. After all, it was already a miracle that Yi Xian had forged 100 high-grade spiritual tools in 3 days. All right, come with me. Jiang Yu nodded. Then, Yi Xian followed behind Jiang Yu and headed in one direction. Yi Xian was surprised, because this path didn't lead to the Profound Department Palace, nor the Yellow Department Palace. That meant they were heading to the Heavenly Palace. The Heavenly Palace was the core of the Soaring Heaven Palace, and it wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Both men were traveling at an incredible speed. After Yi Xian broke through to the half-step origin core realm, his speed had increased a lot, and this surprised Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had a feeling that if Yi Xian broke through to the divine core realm, perhaps even Jiang Yu wouldn't be a match for Yi Xian. 2 hours later, Yi Xian finally saw an unusual place. It was a mountain range covered by a formation. There is a huge energy-gathering formation underneath the Heavenly Palace. It was constructed by the ancestors of the Soaring Heaven Palace. After that, some almighty man constructed a sealing formation, locking all the energy within the Heavenly Palace, so it can be passed down to the next generation. Jiang Yu explained to Yi Xian. To be able to construct such a huge energy-gathering formation, I'm sure he's an extraordinary warrior. Besides, I'm sure this formation consumes an astronomical amount of crystal stones every day. Yi Xian sighed. The formation he had constructed for the others required 2 mid-grade crystal stones every day. However, the Heavenly Palace was a huge place, and the amount of crystal stones it consumed every day was calculated in terms of high-grade crystal stones. I don't know about that, but I know it's huge. Oh right, I need to find the Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu said. Vice Alliance Chief. Yi Xian was shocked. The Vice Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance. That meant he was at least a divine core warrior. Upon thinking about this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a huge pressure. The Heavenly Palace was a place where all the geniuses gathered. Although his talent wasn't any weaker than the others, he was still young, so he could only work harder. Both of them started running at full speed. They entered the Heavenly Palace. Compared to the other 3 palaces, the Heavenly Palace was relatively smaller. However, there were over 100 people living here. Aside from the 100 geniuses on the heavenly ranking, there were also newly recruited geniuses living here. What a powerful natural yuan energy. It's 3 times more abundant than my courtyard. Living here is such a pleasure. Yi Xian thought to himself. Although he didn't rely on the natural yuan energy to cultivate, after entering the Heavenly Palace, he felt relaxed and happy. Senior disciple, since you're already a divine core warrior, why don't you enter the Heavenly Palace? Yi Xian asked while following behind Jiang Yu. Hearing this, Jiang Yu let out an indifferent laugh. Hehe, although I'm a divine core warrior, I only formed my core when I was 25 years old, and then I merged with a profound beast's inner core. I don't think I'll be able to break through to the Earth core realm in my lifetime. That's why I decided to stop cultivating and help out with the Divine Prefecture Alliance's affairs. But senior disciple, being able to break through to the divine core realm is already an amazing feat, Yi Xian said. Amazing. Those senior disciples in the Heavenly Palace are the truly amazing ones. For example, our Alliance Chief has broken through to the Earth core realm a long time ago, and the Sect Chief has promised that in a few years, our Alliance Chief will take over as the Sect Chief. Jiang Yu said with a smile, "Oh right, our Alliance Chief is ranked first on the heavenly ranking, but he went back to the Central Province last year and hasn't returned yet." Ranked first on the heavenly ranking, Earth core realm. Yi Xian was speechless. He had guessed that the Alliance Chief was no ordinary man, and now, after hearing this, he was convinced. The Heavenly Palace was strictly guarded, and unless someone from the other 3 palaces had something important to do, no one was allowed to enter. But, under Jiang Yu's lead, Yi Xian went straight to the place where the Heavenly Palace's disciples lived. Looking at the deserted and lifeless street, Yi Xian finally understood why Song Suijing didn't want to enter the Heavenly Palace. All the Heavenly Palace's disciples were in secluded cultivation, and there was no one on the street. Most of the people in the Heavenly Palace were from the Divine Continent Alliance, and only a few of them were unaffiliated cultivators. If Song Suijing wanted to enter the Heavenly Palace, she would have to talk to Adjudicator Song. Unknowingly, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu and arrived in front of an ordinary mansion. "Come, let's go in together." Jiang Yu led Yi Xian into the mansion, but there was no one in the courtyard. "Big brother, are you in there?" Jiang Yu shouted into a room. Yi Xian released his sonic wave to investigate, and he found that there was indeed someone in the room. End of chapter. Chapter 208. However, the way Jiang Yu addressed him shocked Yi Xian. "Big brother." Not long after that, the door was opened, and a scholarly-looking young man walked out. "Second brother, why are you here?" The young man slowly walked over and glanced at Yi Xian. "Big brother, I have something to discuss with you." This is Yi Xian, who has just joined the Divine Prefecture Alliance. Jiang Yu introduced him to Yi Xian. "This is my big brother, Jiang Lu, ranked second on the Earth ranking, and the Deputy Alliance Chief of the Divine Prefecture Alliance." "Greetings, Deputy Alliance Chief." Yi Xian respectfully greeted. Jiang Lu once again looked at Yi Xian and said, "You have good talent, why are you still in the Underworld Palace?" "He'll be promoted after a while." Jiang Yu replied. With Yi Xian's half-step origin core strength, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. After all, there were still many peak true profound realm warriors in the heavenly abode. "Oh, second brother, why are you looking for me?" Jiang Lu nodded and asked. Jiang Yu said, "Yi Xian is a spirit tool blacksmith, and he is a high-grade spirit tool blacksmith. A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools, so I thought, what? A few days ago, he forged 100 high-grade spirit tools?" Jiang Lu interrupted. "That's right, 100 high-grade spirit tools in 3 days. The reason I'm here is to get some forging materials, including earth-grade ones." After saying that, Jiang Yu took out 2 big boxes. Jiang Lu opened the boxes, and sure enough, there were 100 swords. He was shocked. Earth-grade forging materials? He can forge earth-grade weapons? Earth-grade weapons were called earth-grade weapons, and they were different from spirit tools. Even 100 high-grade spirit tools couldn't compare to a single low-grade earth-grade weapon. Even Jiang Yu and Jiang Lu, who were both divine core warriors, didn't have an earth-grade weapon. Yi Xian said he wanted to try. "That's why I'm here to ask big brother if you have any earth-grade materials." Jiang Yu said. Jiang Lu paused for a second. "I don't have any, but I can ask my master for some. You guys wait here, I'll be right back. Big brother, wait, there's one more thing. Jiang Yu hurriedly stopped him and took out 2 Luyuan elixirs from his interspatial ring. Big brother, these are 2 Luyuan elixirs. After a martial artist at the peak of the true darkness realm takes them, he can directly condense elixir essence. What? Jiang Lu was shocked again. A single pill can make it so. A person at the peak of the true profound realm was able to condense Jindan essence. Was that so miraculous? If this medicinal pill is really so miraculous, then my divine prefecture alliance, no, my soaring heaven mansion's overall strength will rise by several levels. Jianglu said with his eyes wide open. That's right, the soaring heaven mansion has a few hundred peak true profound warriors. If we can mass produce this pill, the soaring heaven mansion will be able to produce many more divine core warriors, and we will definitely be able to suppress all the sects in the other 3 regions. Jiang Yu nodded his head. Jiang Lu was still in disbelief as he asked, where did you get this Luyuan Dan from? It's right in front of you. It was made by Yi Xian. Jiang Yu said with a smile. What? Jiang Lu gasped. Yi Xian was not only an expert in alchemy, he was also an expert in equipment crafting, and his talent wasn't any worse than any of the others. Not only that, Yi Xian is also an expert in building the foundation of an energy-gathering formation. A few days ago, he had set up one for every single member of the 3 palaces. Jiang Yu continued. After listening to what Yi Xian had to say, Jiang Lu was filled with admiration. He looked at Yi Xian with surprise. Equipment crafting, alchemy, formations, don't tell me you're an old monster who sneaked into the soaring heaven mansion. Is this Luyuan Dan really so miraculous? Vice Alliance Chief, you can ask someone who hasn't condensed Jindan essence to try it. Yi Xian said with an indifferent tone. Alright, wait here, I'll go get someone. After saying that, Jiang Lu quickly left. If this Luyuan Dan was really so miraculous, then the overall strength of the Divine Prefecture Alliance would rise by a few levels. Perhaps, the value of this Luyuan Dan was even higher than an earth weapon. Soon, Jiang Lu brought a man back. What surprised Yi Xian was that he knew this man. Adjudicator Song. Ha! Yi Xian, why are you here? Adjudicator Song saw Yi Xian as soon as he entered the door and immediately showed a strange expression. Yi Xian, wasn't he a disciple of Hell Mansion? You know each other. Jiang Lu was surprised, but when he saw that there was nothing strange in the eyes of Adjudicator Song and Yi Xian, his heart relaxed. He was afraid that Yi Xian and Adjudicator Song had a grudge. Big brother, this junior brother's sister lives with Yi Xian. Jiang Yu replied. Oh, that's good. Adjudicator, your Xian Qi has been cultivated to the extreme, but you haven't condensed Jindan essence yet, right? Jiang Lu turned his head and asked. Yes, senior brother. Adjudicator Song nodded. Then take this Luyuan Dan and see. Jiang Lu handed a Luyuan Dan to Adjudicator Song. Adjudicator Song was startled, but he didn't ask and directly swallowed it, then closed his eyes. Jiang Lu also helped Adjudicator Song refine the Luyuan Dan. 5 minutes later. Adjudicator Song suddenly opened his eyes and exclaimed, Jindan essence, I condensed Jindan essence. As he spoke, a surge of energy gushed out from his body. This energy was Xian Qi, but it was mixed with another weak energy. This second energy was Jindan essence, but the amount was very small, and ordinary people couldn't feel it. The Luyuan Dan is really magical. Junior brother, you have broken through to the half-step Jindan realm. Jiang Lu looked at Adjudicator Song excitedly. He didn't expect the Luyuan Dan to be real, and it could allow a peak true profound realm expert to condense Jindan essence. Jiang Yu was also shocked. He seemed to have seen the scene of the soaring heaven mansion becoming the leader of the 4 sections. Yi Xian, how many Luyuan Dan can you refine? Jiang Lu turned his head and asked. With the refining materials, I can refine an unlimited amount. Yi Xian lightly replied. Good, then tell me the materials, I will ask someone to get it. After Jiang Lu finished speaking, Yi Xian took out a list of materials that he'd written beforehand. Then, Jiang Lu left like lightning. Adjudicator Song was so shocked that he couldn't speak. The Luyuan Dan was actually refined by Yi Xian. However, he still had a lot of medicinal power in his body, and he couldn't waste it, so he just sat there quietly to refine it. This time, Jiang Lu left for a long time, and it took him a full hour to return. However, he also brought back 3 elders of the soaring heaven mansion. After Jiang Lu introduced them one by one, Yi Xian also got to know the 3 of them. What shocked Yi Xian was that one of them turned out to be the supreme elder of the soaring heaven mansion. The soaring heaven mansion didn't have a vice sect master. The supreme elder was actually the previous sect master of the soaring heaven mansion, but he was old and had to resign. Therefore, the supreme elder's status was higher than the sect master of the soaring heaven mansion. As for the other 2 people, they were the chief blacksmith and chief alchemist of the soaring heaven mansion. The 3 high-ranking figures of the soaring sky mansion stood in front of Yi Xian like 3 mountains pressing down on his head. These were 3 super experts of the Earth Core stage. End of chapter. Chapter 209. Yi Xian, I've heard about it. I never expected you to be Yi Chong's son. Did you know that Yi Chong was once my disciple? An old man narrowed his eyes. He was the grand elder of the soaring heaven mansion, Zhou Yan. After hearing this, Yi Xian was shocked. He never expected the grand elder to be Yi Chong's master. It seems that they were family. Yi Chong, that brat, left after half a year. I never expected him to have already stepped into the 4th stage of the spirit realm. This is truly unexpected. The old man sighed and shook his head. Forget it. The 3 of us didn't come here for Yi Chong. Brat, was the 6 yuan pill really refined by you? Before Yi Xian could speak, Judge Song opened his eyes and said, Master, the 6 yuan pill is truly a divine pill. I've already condensed my core essence. I know. Sit down first. Zhou Yan nodded. What rank is the 6 yuan pill? Even I have never heard of it. Brat, can you show me the pill recipe? The head alchemist, Elder Lian, said excitedly. Although the 3 people in front of him were the higher-ups of the soaring heaven mansion, he had spent a lot of points to obtain the 6 yuan pill's recipe. How could he just look at it? I'm sorry, Elder Lian. Yi Xian shook his head. Don't worry, I can buy it from you. Is 10,000 high-grade crystal stones enough? Elder Lian directly offered a price. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones. Hearing this price, Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones was equivalent to 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. One must know that the raging flame sword that he had painstakingly forged for 3 days was only worth 150,000 middle-grade crystal stones. What the hell? Alchemists were rich. An Earth Core realm alchemist was a tycoon. He could directly offer 1 million middle-grade crystal stones. Okay. Yi Xian immediately agreed. He immediately took out a pen and paper and began to write. 2 minutes later, Yi Xian wrote down the recipe for the Luyuan pill. The details were very detailed, and there were dozens of preparation steps. Good, straightforward. Take it, kid. Elder Lian took out a bag of crystal stones from his cosmos ring. Yi Xian took it and opened it. F***CK. A crystal with 5 corners. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The substandard crystal was round, the low crystal was rhombus, the middle crystal was triangular, the high crystal was square, and the crystal with 5 corners was the best crystal. 100 top-grade crystals were equivalent to 10,000 high-grade crystals and 1 million mid-grade crystals. The number was correct. What a windfall! What a windfall! 800 million devour points is worth 800 high-grade crystal stones. That's a dozen times higher. Yi Xian's heart was already bursting with joy. However, after breaking through to the half-step origin core realm, he couldn't see the end of his leveling up. 10,000 high-grade crystal stones might not be enough. Elder Lien, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, took a look at the recipe. His face sank as he said in shock, "Kid, is this recipe real?" "It's real." Yi Xian nodded. "I can barely refine this recipe." "You're only at the half-step origin core realm. How can you refine it?" Elder Lien asked in surprise. Yi Xian quickly thought about it and explained, "I received an inheritance from a senior and obtained a special alchemy and refining method. Therefore, this recipe isn't difficult for me." Now, his lying skills had improved tremendously. All he had to do was to randomly fabricate a person who didn't exist. "I have a set of materials here. Can you refine one on the spot?" Elder Lien was obviously interested in this special alchemy method. "I'm sorry. I swore an oath not to refine pills in front of others." Yi Xian shook his head. "All right." Elder Lien didn't force him. Since he swore an oath, going back on his words might cause a heart demon in the future, which would affect his cultivation. At this time, the head alchemist of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Elder Hu, said, "Jiang Lu said that you can refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. Is this true?" "Yes." Yi Xian nodded. "Even I can't refine 100 high-grade spirit artifacts in 3 days. It seems that your refining method is very special. Now that you want to refine materials for an earth-grade artifact, do you want to try?" Elder Hu asked again. Yi Xian nodded again. "All right. I have a set of materials for an earth-grade artifact. Go and see if you can refine one," Elder Hu said. He could also refine an earth-grade artifact, but it required a lot of time. He wanted to see if Yi Xian could refine an earth-grade artifact and how long it would take. "Elder Hu, there's no hurry." After Supreme Elder Zhou Yan finished speaking, he looked at Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, if it's possible, I hope that you can refine a Luyuan Dan for the Soaring Sky Mansion. I will prepare the materials for you. I will buy all the refined Luyuan Dan for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. What do you think?" 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Yi Xian calculated in his heart. The materials for a Luyuan Dan were around 5,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million devour points for refining it. Now that he had free materials, he only needed to spend 50 million devour points to refine a Luyuan Dan. Simply put, every time he refined a Luyuan Dan, he would earn 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones and 50 million devour points. Of course, he would accept this deal. All right. 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones for 1 Luyuan Dan. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Also, I will prepare the materials for an earth-grade artifact for you. If it's a success, the materials will be free. Moreover, each earth-grade artifact will cost 200,000 mid-grade crystal stones, Zhou Yan continued. No problem. Yi Xian continued to agree. If the refinement failed, he would have to pay for the materials. But, would he fail? An earth-grade artifact was equivalent to 20 Luyuan Dan. But, Yi Xian didn't have enough funds right now, and the blueprint for an earth-grade artifact was too expensive. He needed to refine a single Luyuan Dan first. After that, the 3 Soaring Heaven Mansion's top echelons left to prepare the materials. Looking at their backs as they left, Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh out loud in his heart. A single Luyuan Dan was bought by the Soaring Heaven Mansion for 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Since the Soaring Heaven Mansion had many strongholds in the central province, he would be able to sell these Luyuan Dan to them and make a huge profit. But he was already satisfied with the price of 10,000 mid-grade crystal stones. Perhaps he would be able to break through to the divine core realm in just a short period of time. At that point of time, he would definitely be able to fight his way into the heavenly abode. Although he was just a time traveler, he still wanted to meet this unlucky guy's father, who was so strong. After that, Yi Xian followed Jiang Yu back to the Manor of Hell. As for the Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian gave it to Adjudicator Song. The latter was grinning from ear to ear, and nearly called Yi Xian brother-in-law. As for the remaining Luyuan Dan, Yi Xian decided to keep it for himself. He would give it to Song Suijing when she broke through to the peak of the true profound realm. End of this chapter. Chapter 210. After returning to the Manor of Hell, Yi Xian went straight home and closed the door behind him. The 100 top-rank crystals were all devoured by him, and Yi Xian, who only had a few tens of thousands of devour points, suddenly obtained a huge amount of devour points, a total of 10 billion. 10 billion devour points. Ha ha ha, what a great deal. Yi Xian let out 3 wild laughs. He had worked so hard for so long, but the total amount of devour points he obtained was less than 5 billion. But now, he had obtained 10 billion in one go. This was great. Now, he had enough to buy the earthly weapon atlas. But, as the materials weren't here yet, he put it aside for now. But, his expression quickly turned gloomy, because the 100 top-rank crystals had only increased his core energy by a little bit. He was still far from the divine core realm. This is a money-sucking system. But, every time I level up, I get a lot of new things. Let me see. Yi Xian immersed his mind into the devour point system. He could be considered as a tycoon now, and he started buying a lot of things. But right at this moment, a series of footsteps could be heard coming from outside the door. Yi Xian, what are you doing in there? Why are you laughing so hard? Song Suijing's voice could be heard. Yi Xian walked over and opened the door. It was indeed Song Suijing standing outside the door, but she was looking at him with a strange expression. Nothing, I just found something good. Yi Xian casually replied. After that, he took out a small jade pendant and gave it to Song Suijing. Then he said, "This is for you." Where did you get this? It's so ugly, it doesn't look like anything. How can a girl wear something like this? Also, why are you giving me something like this? Song Suijing asked curiously. This is a heart-calming jade pendant. It can defend against inner demons, and it can also increase your cultivation speed. You can just wear it on your hand when you're cultivating. Who told you to wear it on your neck? Yi Xian rolled his eyes. He didn't care what it looked like as long as it could be used. One should know that this small piece of jade had cost him 100 million devour points. Increase my cultivation speed. Song Suijing's eyes lit up after hearing what Yi Xian said. She could feel a huge amount of pressure from Yi Xian, and if she didn't work harder, she might be left behind by Yi Xian. She immediately grabbed the jade pendant, but after thinking for a moment, she asked, Yi, why are you giving me this thing? Gift. Is there a need for a reason? Yi Xian asked in return. After Song Suijing heard this, he was secretly delighted and pouted playfully. You've become smooth-tongued recently. This is all thanks to Her Highness the Princess. Yi Xian smiled. Oh right, open the door. I'll set up a new spirit convergence array for you. Why do you need to rearrange it? Song Suijing was puzzled. The spirit gathering array in her room already had a base. She only needed to place 2 mid-grade crystals on top of it, and it could operate for a day. I've made a breakthrough in the spirit gathering array, so I'll give you a better one. Do you want it? If not, I'm leaving. Yi Xian said. Yes, yes. Song Suijing quickly opened the door. Yi Xian walked in and came out in less than 10 minutes. Okay, the effect is twice as good as before, but only in your room. Don't tell anyone else. Yi Xian reminded her. He didn't want to upgrade other people's spirit-gathering arrays. Now, he didn't care about this small amount of money. Where are you going now? Song Suijing saw that Yi Xian was about to leave, so she quickly asked. I'm going to the profound department. You should hurry up and cultivate. When you break through, I'll give you a surprise. Yi Xian said and turned to leave. This time, he was going to the profound department. A surprise. Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian's back with anticipation. After leaving, Yi Xian went to the profound department and upgraded Zhao Pan's spirit-gathering array. He also gave them some things, such as the tranquil jade pendant and a high-grade spiritual weapon. Zhao Pan and Song Suijing cultivated very hard. With Yi Xian's help, they were already at the peak of the true energy realm. Yi Xian estimated that they would be able to break through to the true darkness realm in a short period of time. At that time, he would let them challenge the profound board and become official disciples. When Yi Xian returned, he found that there was already someone waiting in his courtyard. It was the Supreme Elder of the Soaring Sky Mansion, Zhou Yan. At the same time, Song Suijing stood respectfully at the side. Yi Xian, I've already prepared the materials for you. 10 sets of forging materials for earth weapons and 100 sets of refining materials for Luyuan pills. Zhou Yan directly threw an interspatial ring to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was shocked. It had only been a while, but the materials were already prepared. Zhou Yan's efficiency was really high. Supreme Elder, I'll start today. Yi Xian nodded. Wait, the spirit-gathering array in the little girl's room was set up by you? Zhou Yan suddenly called out to Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian nodded again. Zhou Yan sighed and said, it's not good for you to master refining, alchemy, and array at the same time. I think it's best for you to give up on arrays and focus on refining and alchemy. This junior will remember. Yi Xian replied respectfully. He would do whatever Zhou Yan said. After all, he didn't need to cultivate, so it didn't matter. Alright, this time I came here for another matter. This little girl is Judge's younger sister. Her aptitude is not bad, so I want to accept her as my disciple. Your aptitude is better, but because of your father, I think it's better to forget about it. Zhou Yan sighed helplessly. He had a total of 3 disciples. One was Jiang Lu, the second was Judge Song, and now he had added Song Suijing. However, he felt that Yi Xian was comparable to the 3 of them. Yi Chong was also his disciple, but Yi Chong had disappeared for more than 10 years. He was no longer his disciple. Hearing this, Yi Xian was startled and said, so you're saying that you're going to the heavenly abode? No, I've already told Master that I'll go after some time. Song Suijing shook her head. After hearing this, Yi Xian instantly understood that Song Suijing was waiting for him to go with her. Alright, then I'll take my leave first. If there's anything, you can look for Jiang Yu or the elders guarding the heavenly abode. After Zhou Yan finished speaking, he directly left. After he left, Song Suijing said, are you going to refine pills again? What else? Yi Xian asked in return. Then you go. When you come out, I might have broken through. Just now, Master helped me to cleanse my meridians and marrow. I think I will break through soon. Song Suijing was a little excited because Yi Xian said that as long as she broke through to the peak of true profound realm, Yi Xian would give her a surprise. She didn't know what the surprise was. After that, Yi Xian also directly left. He went to the alchemy hall and directly refined 100 Luyuan Dan, spending 5 billion devouring points. End of chapter. Chapter 211. However, in order to keep it a secret, Yi Xian stayed in the alchemy hall for a total of 10 days. After that, he went to the weapon hall and borrowed the forging room. The nebula sword was an inferior earthly weapon. The blueprint required 1 billion devouring points and the forging fee for each sword was 200 million. Yi Xian forged 10 nebula swords and spent a total of 3 billion devouring points. Now, he only had slightly more than 1 billion devouring points left. However, the mission was finally completed. Half a month later, he personally made a trip to the heavenly abode. To be precise, he went to the Soaring Heaven Peak, where the higher-ups of the Soaring Heaven Mansion lived. He directly found the Supreme Elder's address. There were 2 disciples guarding the Supreme Elder's courtyard. However, Yi Xian took out the token that the Supreme Elder had given him and walked in directly. The Supreme Elder had a hobby of raising flowers and plants to cultivate his character. Therefore, the entire courtyard was filled with treasures. The moment Yi Xian entered, he saw many good things. However, he knew where this was, so he resisted the temptation. However, he did not walk for long before he saw a middle-aged man in white robes come out from inside. This middle-aged man in white robes had an ordinary appearance, but his temperament was extraordinary. When Yi Xian saw him, he felt a huge pressure. He's so strong. He's even stronger than the Supreme Elder. Who is this person? Yi Xian guessed in his heart. The Supreme Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion was already 80 years old. However, this middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s had such strength. This meant that he could only be one person. When the middle-aged man in white robes saw Yi Xian, he was slightly stunned and asked in a cold tone, "You're Yi Xian?" By now, Yi Xian had already guessed who this person was. If he guessed correctly, this middle-aged man in white robes should be the sect leader of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Lin Shi. Yi Xian greets the sect leader. Yi Xian quickly cupped his fists and said, "Humph, you're smarter than your father." The middle-aged man in white robes snorted. He did not have a good impression of Yi Xian at all. After all, Yi Xian's father, Yi Chong, had abandoned Lin Wenyue, causing her to go into seclusion for more than 10 years. As her father, he had only seen her a few times. "Sect leader, I have something to discuss with the Supreme Elder." Yi Xian was too lazy to say anything more to Lin Shi and went straight to the point. "I'll let you pass." Lin Shi narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Don't be so stupid. As expected, you're going to kill me. Go find the person who offended you. Why are you looking for me?" Yi Xian felt helpless in his heart. A single slap from an Earth Core stage expert would definitely send him to Spain. Immediately, Yi Xian cupped his fists and said, "Then come back next time." Yi Xian's of the heavens, of course. Lin Shi didn't expect Yi Xian to back down at the last minute. He didn't even want to bargain. He really wanted to help his daughter vent her anger, but he didn't forget his own identity. The sect leader of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. If he attacked a disciple, it would ruin his reputation. Lin Shi, don't make things difficult for him. The Supreme Elder suddenly walked out from behind. When Yi Xian heard the voice, he immediately stopped walking. He turned around and cupped his fists. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." "Lin Shi, why are you making things difficult for his son? Aren't you afraid that he will come back and find trouble with you?" The Supreme Elder said with a smile. "How dare he?" Lin Shi shouted. TSK, he has already surpassed the Divine Core realm and broken through to the 4th realm of the Spirit realm. He can easily send you flying with just a finger. The Supreme Elder joked. After that, he turned to Yi Xian and said, "Yi Xian, it has only been half a month. Could it be that you've already completed your mission?" "Yes, Supreme Elder, please take a look." Yi Xian took out a big chest from his storage ring. This was the result of being bored for half a month. Zhou Yan walked over and opened the chest. Sure enough, there were 10 exquisitely crafted swords lying inside the chest. He picked up a sword and examined it, then he cried out in surprise, "It really is an earth weapon." Lin she didn't believe it either. He picked up a sword and examined it. His expression immediately changed. Earth weapon, it really was an earth weapon. Not only that, there were also 10 small jade bottles inside the chest, and each of them contained 100 Luyuan pills. This. Zhou Yan was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. He knew that Yi Xian had a special crafting method, but he also estimated that Yi Xian would need at least 2 to 3 months, or even half a year to complete the crafting process. But Yi Xian only spent half a month to complete the mission. Supreme Elder, this is the end. The things are already here, are you? Yi Xian shook his eyebrows at the Grand Elder, indicating that it was time to pay. Although the Supreme Elder was astonished, he still believed in the facts in front of him. Thus, he directly took out a bag of crystals from his storage ring and threw it to Yi Xian. One earth weapon costs 200,000 mid-grade crystals, 10 of them would total 2 million. One Luyuan pill costs 10,000 mid-grade crystals, so 100 pills would be 1 million. TSK. I've earned 3 million mid-grade crystals in one go. Awesome! Yi Xian took the cloth bag and opened it. There were indeed top-grade crystals inside. Although he didn't count them carefully, the Supreme Elder definitely wouldn't cheat him. Thank you, Supreme Elder. Yi Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Brat, you're simply a monster. Even the Supreme Elder can only refine 2 Luyuan pills a day, and you. The Supreme Elder was so shocked that he was speechless. The chief alchemist of Soaring Heaven Mansion could only refine 2 Luyuan pills a day, and at most 30 pills in half a month. On the other hand, Yi Xian's number was 3 times that of his. The difference was a bit too great. Thank you, Supreme Elder, for your compliment. Yi Xian said with a smile. If he told the Supreme Elder that he could refine all the pills in less than 5 minutes, the Supreme Elder would definitely be so shocked that his brain would bleed. Brat, your contribution to Soaring Heaven Mansion is much greater than your father's. But, I've used up some of the Luyuan pills materials, and the same goes for the earth weapons materials. I'll call you when the materials arrive. The Supreme Elder said. Then, he suddenly thought of something and continued, you've only been in Soaring Heaven Mansion for 3 months, and you've broken through from the early true profound realm to the half-step origin core realm. It's not good to improve your cultivation too quickly. Recently, the Hall of Experience has issued a good mission, you can accept it and prepare for the divine core realm. Mission? What kind of mission is it? Yi Xian asked curiously. It's a mission from 100 years ago. An evil power has risen from the ashes, and I think it's called the Beast God Sect. This Beast God Sect can control spirit beasts, and even profound beasts. You can go and have a look. Also, take one of these nebula swords. After saying that, the Supreme Elder tossed the nebula sword to Yi Xian. Hearing the name Beast God Sect, Yi Xian's body trembled. He never thought that the Beast God Sect could even control profound beasts. But this was a good thing, he could finally hunt profound beasts and obtain their nebula cores. He could also return to Profound Sun Empire and have a look around. After that, Yi Xian left. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to ask the Supreme Elder for permission to get some Earth rank martial skills. But, since he had obtained 3 million mid-rank crystal stones, he didn't need to use the Devouring System's points. After all, the Earth rank martial skills in the Devouring System were all top quality. End of chapter. Chapter 212. After Yi Xian left, Lin Shi couldn't help but ask, Supreme Elder, isn't it a bit inappropriate to ask him to eliminate the Beast God Sect? Don't worry, This guy is no weaker than Yi Chong. It's just a profound beast, it won't be a threat to him. The Supreme Elder didn't mind at all. He was very confident in Yi Xian. After leaving the Supreme Elder's place, Yi Xian found a random place and started devouring some high-ranked crystals. But what surprised him was that after he swallowed more than 200 top-grade crystals, the Jin Dan essence in his body did not increase. Ding! The host's core energy has reached the upper limit. The host can break through by devouring a profound beast's core. What? I need a profound beast's core like any other ordinary warriors? Yi Xian said in shock. He thought he could break through to the divine core realm without any hindrance. Since I can't increase my core energy anymore, I'll just keep these crystals for later use. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he returned to the profound department. Along the way, he exchanged for a few Earth-rank martial skills, and even a mid-rank Earth-rank martial skill to save his life. Right now, he really wanted to find a divine core warrior and fight him. As for the matter of breaking into the top 5 of the heavenly ranking, he wasn't in a hurry. Perhaps he would be a divine core warrior by the time he returned. But, when he returned to the profound department, he noticed that the natural yuan energy in the courtyard was quickly depleting. Someone had broken through. The calm jade pendant and the soul gathering formation are really effective. He broke through in such a short period of time. Looks like I'll have company on my way to the beast god sect. Yi Xian sat in the courtyard and thought to himself. He assumed that Song Suijing would definitely go and eliminate the beast god sect as well. After all, the beast god sect had infiltrated all 4 dynasties, and there were some in the Great Song dynasty as well. Soon, Song Suijing successfully broke through. After that, she opened the door and walked out. Congratulations, Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. It's all thanks to your soul-gathering formation and the calm jade pendant. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Song Suijing jogged over to Yi Xian and sat down. She suddenly stretched out her hand and giggled, "Where's the surprise you promised?" "You remember it well, take it," Yi Xian said as he took out a 6 yuan pill from his devouring space. "What's this?" Song Suijing's look. Yi Xian smiled and said, "You'll know after you consume it. I'll help you refine it." Song Suijing didn't doubt it and directly swallowed it. Yi Xian also extended a hand and placed it on her shoulder, gently passing through some Dan essence T. This is a 6 yuan pill, it can directly form core energies. With this, you won't have to work so hard to form core energies, Yi Xian said with a smile. Even if a peak true profound realm warrior had an earth rank cultivation skill, it would still be very difficult to form the first thread of core energies. There were even some who were stuck at the true profound realm for years, unable to break through to the divine core realm. But, with this 6 yuan pill, a warrior could directly form core energies, and it would save him a lot of time and effort. This 6 yuan pill, is it the grand? No, is it the one master asked you to concoct? Song Suijing suddenly asked. Yi Xian nodded his head. It's very expensive, isn't it? Song Suijing asked timidly. She didn't have much money left, and she couldn't afford a divine pill like this. Not much, just 10,000 mid-rank crystals, Yi Xian said casually. 10,000 mid-rank crystals? Song Suijing widened her eyes and cried out in surprise, "My autumn water sword only costs 1,500 mid-rank crystals. Don't talk, focus on refining it." A few minutes later, Yi Xian helped Song Suijing refine the 6 yuan pill. Right at this moment, Song Suijing had already formed core energies in her body, and her cultivation speed would be much faster than ordinary people. "Yeah, I never thought I'd be able to jump 2 levels in just one day, thank you so much." Song Suijing was so excited that she hugged Yi Xian's face and kissed him, nearly scaring him to death. Don't kiss me like that, or else people will think you're my girlfriend. Yi Xian was secretly laughing in his mind. What's wrong? You're the one who got the short end of the stick. Song Suijing said in a dissatisfied manner. TSK, don't look at me like that, there will be beautiful girls throwing themselves at me wherever I go. Yi Xian coldly snorted and said, tomorrow, I'll be leaving the Soaring Heaven Mansion to do an experiential mission. Are you coming? Experiential mission. Sure, where are you going? Song Suijing had stayed in the Soaring Heaven Mansion for a few months, and wanted to go out for a walk. The Beast God sect has revived, and the entire eastern region is in chaos. This time, I'm going down the mountain to exterminate the Beast God sect. I heard that your great Song dynasty also has Xian beasts, and your grandfather has already returned. Yi Xian said. After hearing this, Song Suijing cried out in surprise, What? Xian beasts? That's right, Xian beasts have appeared in all 4 dynasties, and so does your great Song dynasty. Moreover, you and I have both reached the half-step origin core realm, and we're still lacking a Xian beast's inner core to break through. This time, we might be able to use this opportunity to break through. Yi Xian nodded. There's no time to lose, we'll leave immediately. Song Suijing immediately stood up. Yi Xian said in shock, Why are you in such a hurry? If we're a day late, many of my great Song dynasty's citizens will die. Let's go, we'll accept the experiential mission. Song Suijing directly grabbed Yi Xian's hand and ran towards the experiential hall. The scene of the two holding hands was also seen by the disciples who were strolling around. Song Suijing did not notice anything wrong, but Yi Xian did. TSK, the feeling of being held by a girl is not bad. This girl is not bad looking. Although she's 1 year older than my physical age, it's not a bad choice to accept her. The prince consort of the great Song dynasty, TSK, Yi Xian was fantasizing in his heart. Speaking of which, after transmigrating to this world, he had not done anything, and only knew how to level up. Now, it was time to find a girl to settle down with, and do something that adults love to do. One had to know that in this world, the age of 16 was considered an adult. At that time, one could get married. Most importantly, he quite liked Song Suijing. Moreover, Song Suijing's aptitude was not bad. Yi Xian now had the ability to turn her into a super expert. As long as the gap between their levels was not large, she would be a good partner. The two arrived at the experiential hall. Yi Xian strode forward and said, Junior brother, I want to accept the mission to annihilate the Beast God sect. So it's Senior brother Yi. May I ask which empire you want to accept? A disciple asked. The Great Song Dynasty. Yi Xian directly replied. The disciple hesitated for a moment. I'm sorry, Senior brother Yi. There are already too many people in the Great Song Dynasty. Elder Song Qing has already brought many people over. Not only that, the Great Zhou Dynasty and the Great Yan Dynasty are the same, so only the Great Tang Dynasty is left. End of chapter. Chapter 213. What? There are too many people in the Great Song Dynasty. Song Suijing was slightly stunned. Then forget it. There are too many people in the Great Song Dynasty. Isn't that good? Yi Xian said. After his reminder, Song Suijing also reacted. It was good to have more people. The Soaring Heaven Mansion was full of elites. The remaining members of the Beast God sect and the Great Song Dynasty would probably be eliminated very soon. But the Great Tang Dynasty. Song Suijing was a little worried as she turned to look at Yi Xian. It doesn't matter. I, Yi Xian, am not the same as before. If Tang Sun dares to appear, I will make sure he doesn't return. Yi Xian said confidently. Tang Sun, who had sneaked an attack on him and escaped, must have fled back to the great Tang dynasty. Not only that, the missing Tang Tian must have done the same. Although the great Tang dynasty's influence in the Soaring Heaven Mansion had collapsed, the Soaring Heaven Mansion could not destroy the entire great Tang dynasty because of Tang Sun. However, because of this, not many people from the great Tang dynasty went. Even those who were originally from the great Tang dynasty were the same. They had arranged for their families to leave the great Tang dynasty. Since no one went, Yi Xian would benefit. Since you are so confident, then let's go to the great Tang dynasty. Song Suijing nodded in agreement. All right. Senior brother Yi, junior sister Song, this is the information of the stronghold of the Beast God sect in the great Tang dynasty. Please be careful. The disciple handed a few sheepskin scrolls to Yi Xian. Yi Xian opened them and took a look. *CK, the entire great Tang dynasty was riddled with holes. There were remnants of the Beast God sect in every county. The great Tang dynasty was in danger. TSK, Tang Sun, you dare to sneak an attack on me. See if I don't rob your treasury clean. Yi Xian immediately had a plan in his mind. What are you laughing at? So wretched. Song Suijing looked at him with disdain. Nothing. Let's go. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he brought Song Suijing to the Manor of Hell where the soaring sky great rocks were kept. Then, he picked up a true profound realm soaring sky great rocks. The soaring sky rock of the true profound realm could only be borrowed by disciples ranked in the top 20 of the address roll, and Yi Xian happened to be ranked 20. Although his speed was fast, if he brought along Song Suijing, it would probably take several months to reach the Tang dynasty. Yi Xian's soaring sky rock was at the true profound realm. If they flew normally, they would need half a month to reach the great Tang dynasty. If they flew continuously, it would only take 7 days. The soaring sky rock was a spiritual beast. Even if it flew continuously, it wouldn't be tired for a month, so 7 days was nothing to it. During these 7 days, Yi Xian and Song Suijing spent their time on the back of the soaring sky rock. At the same time, Yi Xian also took a look at the information. There might be 2 Xian beasts in the great Tang dynasty. One was in the south, and the other was in the north. As for the imperial capital of the great Tang dynasty, it was located in the north. Therefore, Yi Xian's first destination was the imperial capital. Song Suijing also knew about Yi Xian's plan, and she was also interested in the great Tang dynasty's imperial capital. Therefore, she immediately agreed. The relationship between the great Tang dynasty and the great Song dynasty wasn't good. If Tang Sun wasn't included, then the great Song dynasty only had 2 half-step origin core warriors, and both of them couldn't break through to the divine core realm. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of even divine core warriors, so there was no way he would be afraid of these 2 half-step origin core warriors. Even if Tang Sun was here, it would be useless. 7 days later, they finally entered the great Tang Empire. Along the way, they saw many empires that were in deep trouble. It looked like the Beast God sect had planned this for a long time, and they were preparing to destroy the entire eastern region. However, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was the overlord of the eastern region, and they were responsible for maintaining the peace of the eastern region. Of course, they wouldn't just watch the Beast God sect wreak havoc. Right at this moment, the Soaring Heaven Mansion was empty. Many disciples, guardians, and even elders had been dispatched. Another day later, Yi Xian and Song Suijing arrived at the airspace above the great Tang dynasty's imperial capital. According to the information, there is a Xian beast in the eastern region of the great Tang dynasty's imperial capital. But this information is from a long time ago. Let's go and meet our old friend first. Yi Xian smiled while riding on the soaring heaven rock. Old friend. Song Suijing was startled for a moment, then she immediately reacted. A greedy expression flickered in her big eyes. are we going to rob the great Tang dynasty's imperial capital right now? How can you say rob? We're going to get some interest. But, we'll talk about this after we kill the Xian beast. Yi Xian corrected her. Why are we going to kill the Xian beast first? We don't know where the Xian beast is right now. Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked in confusion. That's easy. Let's ask the imperial family. They'll definitely have some information. Yi Xian said. Then, he said to the soaring heaven rock, go down. The soaring heaven rock seemed to understand and immediately swooped down. Oh no, there's an unknown Xian beast near the imperial capital. Quickly report to the emperor. No, I can't hit it with a bow and arrow. What's there to shoot? Gather our troops and attack. Wait, that looks like the soaring heaven rock of the soaring heaven mansion. It was a mess below, but someone still recognized the soaring heaven rock. What? The soaring heaven rock. It's the soaring heaven mansion's envoy. Disperse and welcome the soaring heaven mansion's envoy. The guards in front of the imperial capital dispersed and made way for the soaring heaven rock to land. Stay in the sky for a while. He'll come down to pick us up later. Yi Xian patted the soaring heaven rock's head, then pulled Song Suijing and jumped down. Following that, the soaring heaven rock rose up and hovered in the sky. After Yi Xian and Song Suijing landed, a golden-armored general walked out and cupped his fists. Greetings, Lord Envoy. Now that Yi Xian and Song Suijing were wearing the official disciple robes of the soaring heaven mansion, it was easy to recognize them. I want to see your emperor, Yi Xian said. Yes, I will report to you now, the golden-armored general said and led Yi Xian and Song Suijing into the imperial capital. They left in a hurry. After all, the entire Great Tang dynasty was in an abyss of suffering. Now that the soaring heaven mansion's disciples were here to visit, it was obvious that they were here to help. General, did anyone else come? Along the way, Yi Xian asked. No, the two of you are the first to come. The golden-armored general shook his head. Yi Xian and Song Suijing were slightly stunned. It seemed that the Great Tang dynasty's people were not very popular. Everyone came to help. Then, did your crown prince and retired emperor return? Yi Xian continued to ask. Crown prince. Retired emperor. The golden-armored general paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, I didn't see them either. Maybe the crown prince and retired emperor rode on a bird-type spirit beast, so they didn't come in through the imperial capital's entrance. Yi Xian's heart sank. After Tang Sun launched a sneak attack on him, he fled in fear of punishment. Not only that, Tang Tian also disappeared without a trace. No one knew where he went. Could it be that he abandoned the Great Tang dynasty? They shouldn't have abandoned their home. They must have secretly returned. That Tang Sun is probably hesitating. If he kills the mystical beasts, his whereabouts will be exposed, Yi Xian thought to himself. End of chapter. Chapter 2:14. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the Great Tang dynasty's emperor's bedchamber. At this moment, there were already many officials waiting anxiously in front of the bedchamber. Why is the vice commander here? Who are the two people behind him? Their clothes look familiar. They are the official disciples of the Soaring Sky Mansion. We're saved. The Soaring Sky Mansion is here to help. What's wrong with the emperor? The empire is already in such a state. Why isn't he taking any measures? Under the watchful eyes of the officials, Yi Xian arrived in front of the emperor's bedchamber. The officials immediately fell silent. They no longer dared to talk about Yi Xian and Song Ruiping. However, Yi Xian had heard their previous discussion. Yi Xian immediately turned around and asked, Why are all of you gathered here? The officials were shocked. They did not know that Yi Xian was asking about them. You, come out and answer me. Yi Xian pointed at a pot-bellied official. The fat official slowly walked out and said, My lord, we're here to ask the emperor to send troops to destroy the beast god sect. Send troops. Yi Xian's expression changed when he heard this. He said in surprise, Don't tell me that your emperor is afraid of death and gathered all his troops in the imperial capital. When he was riding the soaring sky rock earlier, he noticed that there were many military camps around the imperial capital. Ever since the beast god sect rose, the emperor has not taken any action. Now that the entire empire is in danger, if he continues to do nothing, I'm afraid the entire empire will, the fat official said with a solemn expression. Lord Grand Chancellor, are you questioning the emperor's decision? Someone immediately stood out in dissatisfaction. That's right. There must be a reason why the emperor is doing this. I believe the emperor will come out soon. A group of officials defended the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. Isn't he just a coward? I can't believe so many people believe him, Song Suijing muttered softly. However, as soon as she finished speaking, another person stood out and said loudly, Little girl, although you're the envoy of the Soaring Sky Mansion, you can't say that about the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty. This person was a general. After he stood out, others immediately followed. If he's not a coward, why? Why did he station all his troops around the imperial capital and not save the towns trampled by the beast tide? Song Suijing retorted. The emperor must have his own thoughts. Let's not make wild guesses. That's right, it must be the Great Tang Dynasty. We'll definitely be able to Great Tang Dynasty. The group of ministers still didn't believe that the emperor of a country was a coward. Yi Xian. After the rise of the beast god religion, even small empires would send troops to resist. But the Great Tang Dynasty was one of the 4 great empires, how could they not do anything? Yi Xianming's Tang Sun should have returned. Even if he didn't make a move, he wouldn't have sent a large number of troops to suppress them. There must be a conspiracy behind the royal family's indifference. Yi Xian thought to himself. Right at this moment, the golden-armored general who went in to report came out. Great envoys, I'm sorry, the emperor is not feeling well, and it's not convenient for him to meet you. Please stay in the palace for now, stay. Yi Xian sneered in his mind. It would be strange if the emperor didn't have any tricks up his sleeves. The entire Great Tang Dynasty was in deep trouble. They were here to help eliminate the beast god sect, but the emperor didn't come out, and instead asked them to stay in the palace. Fine, I'll kill that dark beast, then I'll come back and see what this emperor is planning. Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he turned around and said, Everyone, I'm here to eliminate the beast god sect. Does anyone know where that dark beast went? The eyes of all the officials lit up upon hearing his words. The general who talked back to Song Suijing just now said, That dark beast is incredibly strong, even a divine core warrior would have a hard time dealing with it. It has destroyed a few cities, and a few days ago, it headed east of the imperial capital. What does it look like? Yi Xian continued asking. It's a giant snake with 2 heads, one of them can spit fire, and the other one can spit poison. If anyone is hit by the poison, they'll be instantly corroded. The general answered. After hearing what he said, Song Suijing cried out in surprise as well, it's a double-headed poison scale. Yi Xian didn't know much about dark beasts, but he didn't ask too much, he just wanted to take a look himself. He immediately cupped his fist and said, All right, both of us will go and eliminate it for you. Farewell, great envoys. Yi Xian and Song Suijing left the imperial capital, then they rode on the soaring sky rock and headed towards the imperial capital. They flew towards the imperial capital from the east. Yi Xian, the emperor of the Great Tang Dynasty, doesn't seem to be a coward. On the soaring sky rock, Song Suijing couldn't help but ask. Yes, the Great Tang Dynasty has some unspeakable secrets. Do you know what sound I heard at the entrance just now? Yi Xian turned around and asked. Was there a sound? Why didn't I hear it? Song Suijing blinked her large eyes, looking very confused. Yes, it was below. My physique is several times stronger than yours, I heard a beast roar. Yi Xian nodded. Not only that, his intermediate 100 beasts bloodline also sensed it. Below the imperial capital, there seemed to be a powerful creature, at least at the dark beast level. Beast roar. Song Suijing was stunned, and said in shock, could it be that the imperial family of the Great Tang Dynasty is related to the beast god sect? Smart. Yi Xian smiled slightly. He liked smart girls, he didn't need to explain. Oh right, I remember that the beast god sect was established in the Great Tang Dynasty 100 years ago. Later on, the Great Tang Dynasty couldn't handle it, so they asked the Soaring Heaven Mansion for help and eradicated the beast god sect. Song Suijing suddenly recalled. It looks like the imperial family of the Great Tang Dynasty has been infiltrated and controlled by the beast god sect. No wonder they didn't do anything about it. Yi Xian said, but it's fine, I'm too lazy to care about their business. I'll go kill that dark beast first, then I'll break through to the divine core realm. After that, I'll go take a look at the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault. To be honest, Yi Xian was very interested in the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault. It was a huge dynasty, and its land was thousands of times larger than the profound Sun Empire. There must be a lot of good things in there. If it was the original Great Tang Dynasty, Yi Xian wouldn't care much about it. But, since it was related to the beast god sect, he had no choice but to be cautious. It's better to be safe than sorry. After leaving the imperial capital, Yi Xian started heading east. Along the way, he met many refugees who were trying to escape. Because of that, he learned about the demon beast horde and the whereabouts of the double-headed poison-scaled beast. The overall strength of the Great Tang Dynasty wasn't weak. The natural yuan energy was abundant, and that was why many powerful demon beasts and spirit beasts were born. Along the way, Yi Xian encountered many demon beast hordes. Some of them were spirit beasts that had just been resurrected, and their bones were still visible. When dealing with these demon beasts, Yi Xian just jumped down from the water and killed them with a rain of arrows. Yi Xian didn't care about ordinary demon beast corpses, that's why he just threw them on the ground. But Yi Xian did collect a lot of spirit beast corpses. He planned to devour them after he broke through, otherwise, it would be a waste. End of chapter. Chapter 2:15. A day later, he finally saw the two-headed serpent that could spit out fire and poison. At this time, the two-headed poison-scaled snake had just finished burning a small town and was heading in a certain direction. This two-headed poison-scaled snake doesn't look like it was resurrected using a secret technique, so it doesn't need to eat human corpses. However, there doesn't seem to be anyone from the beast god sect on this two-headed poison-scaled snake. Song Suijing looked at the two-headed snake below. The people from the beast god sect can communicate with spirit beasts and profound beasts, and some can even control them. However, profound beasts are no less intelligent than us humans, so it should be moving on its own. Yi Xian said slowly, then stood up, you wait on the soaring sky rock, I'll go get rid of this two-headed poison-scaled snake. Song Suijing hurriedly pulled him, I'll go too. No, you little girl actually dared to snatch my inner core. Stay aside, I'll give you the next profound beast. Yi Xian angrily rubbed Song Suijing's head, then jumped down. Ah, you! Before Song Suijing could react, she immediately screamed. However, when she stuck her head out to take a look, she realized that Yi Xian had landed safely on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She didn't expect that Yi Xian would dare to use profound qi to increase his speed when he fell from a height of 50 meters. He was really courting death. "Big bird, fly higher," Yi Xian shouted from below. The soaring sky rock immediately understood, then spread its wings and flew up. As for Yi Xian, he quickly ran towards the two-headed poison-scaled snake. Although his archery skills were outstanding, this was a profound beast. If he only relied on the high-grade spirit weapon, the heaven-shocking bow, and the earth-level martial arts, he was afraid that his power would be somewhat lacking. Therefore, Yi Xian prepared for close combat. With a wave of his right hand, he directly took out the nebulous sword that Grand Elder Zhou Yan had given him, then a large amount of Dan essence suddenly surged out. These elixir essences were attached to the nebulous sword. Shortly after, it began to expand slowly, forming a gigantic sword shadow. The giant sword was purple in color, 3 meters wide and 10 meters long. Yi Xian leaped into the air with the purple greatsword in his hand and slashed at the head of the two-headed poison-scaled beast. Clang! The sword shadow collided with the double-headed poison-scale's hard scales, producing a crisp sound. At this time, the two-headed poison scale also noticed Yi Xian. What a joke! Snake-type spirit beasts and Xian beasts were mostly known for their defense. How could it be broken so easily? Hiss! The other fire-head of the two-headed poison scale turned around. Then, he spat out a fireball at Yi Xian. F***CK, Grand Fireball Technique. Yi Xian cried out in his heart. His left hand slapped toward the sky. Boom! His elixir essence was unleashed. The powerful impact caused Yi Xian to fall down instantly, dodging the fireball. It's so hot. If I was hit by it directly, all my hair would be burned off. Yi Xian didn't dare to be careless. After all, this was a Xian beast that had just broken through to the mortal core realm. If he made the slightest mistake, he would have to pay with blood. By now, Yi Xian had understood the defensive strength of this two-headed poison-scaled beast. He knew that even if he had an Earth-rank weapon and an Earth-rank martial skill, it would still be very difficult for him to kill it. After all, this two-headed poison-scaled beast was over 20 meters tall. He would have to jump up in order to hit its head. Therefore, there was only one way. Damn it, I'm going to have to spend a lot of money. Yi Xian made up his mind. He used 3 billion Devour points to exchange for a new Earth-rank weapon. At the same time, he also bought an Earth-rank martial skill. Thunder Arrow. He suddenly pulled the string of the Earth-rank bow to its fullest. As he loosened his right hand, the core arrow turned into a lightning bolt and pierced through the two-headed poison-scaled beast's scales, penetrating its body. Hiss! The two-headed poison-scaled beast let out a painful cry. After that, it opened both of its mouths and spat out a fireball and a ball of poisonous liquid towards Yi Xian. Facing this attack, Yi Xian calmly dodged it with an Earth-rank movement skill. After that, he pulled the string of the bow again. Swoosh! Another lightning bolt was shot into the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. This thunder arrow had a penetrative ability that was 100 times stronger than Great Shot, and it also had a paralyzing effect. After being shot twice, the two-headed poison-scaled beast's speed had slowed down. Therefore, the threat it posed to Yi Xian was getting smaller and smaller. I hate snakes the most. Hurry up and die. Help me break through to the divine core realm. Yi Xian shouted in his mind as he continued shooting. Swoosh! 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 More and more lightning bolts were shot into the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body, slowly wearing away its spirit. In less than a minute, there were dozens of bloody holes on its body caused by the lightning bolts, and a faint burnt smell could be smelled from them. If it was any other ordinary divine core warrior, perhaps he wouldn't be able to do anything to this two-headed poison-scaled beast. This chapter is not finished, please turn to the next page. In a terrible state of distress. But Yi Xian was different, he could easily deal with it. The only problem was that he didn't have enough core energy left in his body. Last arrow. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He immediately gathered all the remaining core energy in his body. This time, he paused for 2 full seconds. A lightning bolt flashed by, and the thunder arrow penetrated into a strange spot on the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. 7 inches. The two-headed poison-scaled beast's heart was pierced through, and it was roasted. That was why it died in an instant. Plop. 2 huge heads fell onto the ground, causing the ground to tremble violently. After that, Yi Xian took a big stride forward and pressed his hand on the two-headed poison-scaled beast's body. Devour. Ding, host has devoured a dark beast's corpse, the reward is 300 million points. Ding, host has devoured a dark beast's inner core, the reward is 3 billion points. Ding, host has met the requirement to break through to the divine core realm. When Yi Xian heard the notifications in his mind, he couldn't help but let out a few wild roars towards the sky. Finally, he had broken through to the divine core realm. Although he had just broken through to the mortal core realm, his overall strength was several times stronger than before, or even dozens of times stronger. Ding, Myriad Beast Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Thunderclap Panther Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Myriad Flower Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Sword Emperor Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Fist Emperor Bloodline Fusion successful. Ding, Overlord Arrow Bloodline Fusion successful. All of these useful bloodlines were leveled up by Yi Xian, and all of his devour points were used up. Ha 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 ha, Yi Xian's laughter sounded out like thunder. In the sky, Song Suijing was puzzled. She mumbled to herself, is this bastard crazy? Didn't he just kill a dark beast? Many senior disciples on the heavenly ranking have killed dark beasts before. However, she was still envious of Yi Xian, because he had obtained a dark beast's inner core. As long as he successfully fused with it, he would break through to the divine core realm. Right at this moment, Yi Xian was still standing on the ground. After breaking through, there were still many notifications from the system. End of chapter. Chapter 216. What? All top-tier bloodlines are unique. The Sword Emperor, Arrow Venerable, and Fist Emperor bloodlines can't coexist, you can only choose one. Myriad Beasts bloodline, Thunderclap Leopard bloodline, and other body-type bloodlines can only be chosen one. And support-type bloodlines like the Myriad Flowers bloodline, damn it, I can only choose one to upgrade to the top tier. Isn't this a scam? Yi Xian felt like crying. This meant that he was going to be in a lot of trouble in the future. Now, he roughly understood that bloodlines were divided into combat bloodlines, body-type bloodlines, and support-type bloodlines. In other words, from now on, he could only upgrade 3 bloodlines to the top tier and start focusing on bloodline specialization. After that, he saw the option to expand bloodlines in the devouring system. He could spend a huge amount of points to increase the number of top-tier bloodlines. He was immediately overjoyed. It looked like all he needed was money. However, when he saw the price of the expansion, his eyes almost went blind. Wasn't this a bit too much? Forget it, I've just broken through to the divine core realm, and if I want to merge with a top-tier bloodline, I think I'll need to break through to the 4th level of the spirit realm. Let's not think too much about it. Yi Xian remained calm. He had now broken through to the divine core realm, and he could be considered as having just broken through to the mortal core realm. There was also a tiny particle in his golden dantian. This was the mortal core. Not only that, all the profound energy in his body had been transformed into core energy, and its strength had increased. In the future, when he used his core energy through the mortal core, its strength would increase by several folds. The mortal core was the difference between the divine core realm and the half-step origin core realm. With my current strength, I think I can smash this double-headed poison scale's head with a single punch. Yi Xian clenched his right fist tightly, and a confident look emerged in his eyes. He estimated that his current strength was at least dozens of times stronger than before. He was confident that he could even send an initial mortal core warrior flying with a single punch. If that old great emperor from the Great Tang dynasty encountered him, he would definitely be killed in an instant. TSK, let's give Kai Jing a surprise first. Yi Xian smiled. He raised his head and immediately saw the soaring rock that was 100 meters high up in the sky. Swoosh! In an instant, he disappeared, not even an afterimage was left behind. Puff! 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 This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Yi Xian tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sprinted towards the soaring sky rock like a bolt of lightning. Then, he suddenly stomped on the ground and jumped up into the air. Song Suijing, who was on the soaring sky rock's back, could still see Yi Xian's figure, but in the blink of an eye, she could no longer find Yi Xian. Where is he? Song Suijing could not help but mutter. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure landed on the soaring sky rock's back. Before she could react, the figure quickly arrived behind her and placed his right hand on her shoulder. Song Suijing's delicate body trembled violently as her eyes widened. She suddenly took out the autumn water sword and stabbed behind her. Hiss! The sound of a sword piercing into flesh could be heard. When Song Suijing finally reacted, she discovered that the person standing in front of her was actually Yi Xian. Ah, why is it you? Song Suijing cried out in alarm as she hurriedly pulled the sword out of Yi Xian's body. Girl, your reaction is quite fast. You stabbed my kidney. If you damaged it, how are you going to compensate me? Yi Xian glared at Song Suijing. Sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know it was you. Song Suijing said guiltily as she hurriedly took out healing medicine from her universe ring and prepared to apply it on Yi Xian's wound. However, at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed her wrist. My stab is quite deep. Aren't you going to stop the bleeding? Song Suijing anxiously looked at Yi Xian's bleeding wound. Take a closer look. Yi Xian tore open the hole in his clothes. Song Suijing was very puzzled, but in the next moment, her expression froze. She saw that the wound on Yi Xian's waist was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a few breaths, it was completely healed. How was this possible? Song Suijing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She hurriedly wiped away the blood. Sure enough, the wound had already healed, and there wasn't even a scar. It was as if nothing had happened. Don't worry. My body tempering technique is very special. My recovery speed is extremely fast. Otherwise, do you think I could reconnect my meridians in a day? Yi Xian said with a smile. After upgrading his intermediate 100-flower bloodline to 10,000-flower bloodline, his recovery speed had greatly increased. As long as he wasn't instantly killed in the future, his injuries would quickly heal. He was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. How is this possible? Is it possible? Song Suijing still could not believe it. If you don't believe me, then try to stab me again. Yi Xian said. Hiss. Before his voice fell, Song Suijing actually stabbed him again. It was the same position, the same depth. Ouch, you damn girl. I told you to stab me, but you really did stab me. It hurts. Yi Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This girl had stabbed his kidney again. A man's kidney was an important organ comparable to the heart. What if it was damaged? Song Suijing stared in horror. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the second bloody hole also healed. How amazing! What kind of technique did you practice? It's actually so powerful. In the future, if you break your arms or legs, will they grow back? Song Suijing asked with a face full of curiosity. If it's broken arms or legs? I don't know. Yi Xian said with a dark face. However, if there was time, he could try. After all, Zhao Chongwen, who had his wrist bitten off by the blood wolf, had his hand reconnected. But now wasn't the time. Wait, your aura. Song Suijing finally reacted. After going through a huge battle, Yi Xian's aura hadn't weakened at all. Instead, it had become even stronger. Because of my body-strengthening technique, after I swallowed the dark beast's inner core, I broke through to the mortal core realm. What do you think? Amazing, right? Yi Xian looked at Song Suijing with a faint smile on his face. You freak, do you really have to provoke me like this? Song Suijing pouted. She had just broken through to the half-step origin core realm, and Yi Xian had broken through to the divine core realm. This was a huge blow to her confidence. Don't worry, you'll break through soon as well. Come, let's go to the south and kill the other dark beast. Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. Didn't you say we're going to the Great Tang Dynasty's treasure vault? Song Suijing was confused. Don't worry, the treasure vault won't run away. Let's kill the other dark beast first, in case someone else gets there first. Yi Xian casually replied. After that, he said something to the soaring cloud rock, then he started flying towards the south. With his current strength, there was no man or beast in the Great Tang Dynasty that could threaten him. He could even do whatever he wanted in the entire eastern region. However, it seemed like they weren't the only ones who came to the Great Tang Dynasty. Perhaps those half-step origin core disciples were here as well. If the dark beast was taken away, it would be troublesome. After all, there weren't many dark beasts in the eastern region. End of chapter. Chapter 217. The soaring sky rock flew for another 2 days, flying from the north to the south of the Great Tang Dynasty. Then, it found another troublesome Xian beast. It was a giant tortoise called the giant lava tortoise. There were hundreds of holes on its back, each 2 to 3 meters in diameter. Every once in a while, the giant lava tortoise would spit out countless flaming meteors, which could easily destroy a city. Why is it another Xian beast with such strong defense? On the back of the soaring sky rock, Song Suijing was unhappy. Although she was at the half-step origin core realm, her cultivation level increased too quickly. Her experience could not keep up, and her battle strength was much weaker than ordinary half-step origin core realm experts. It was a difficult task for her to fight the giant lava tortoise alone. Don't worry, I will follow you. As Yi Xian spoke, he directly handed over the Earth-grade nebula sword. This nebula sword is for you. Go and kill this giant tortoise. You're giving me an Earth-grade nebula sword? Song Suijing was stunned. An Earth-grade nebula sword was not something she could afford, but Yi Xian actually gave her an Earth-grade nebula sword so casually. This was a little too generous. Why are you so good to me? Song Suijing suddenly blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Xian lovingly. Yi Xian smiled faintly and reached out to stroke Song Suijing's hair. I like you. Can't I? This answer also stunned Song Suijing. After a while, she regained her senses. Her small face was already red, and she did not dare to look at Yi Xian. All right, if you want to repay me with your body, wait until we kill this giant tortoise. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he directly put his hand on Song Suijing's waist. With his left hand, he scooped Song Suijing up and carried her horizontally. So light, probably less than 50 kilograms. I didn't expect you to be so thin, but your chest is so full. Yi Xian glanced at Song Suijing's shining white chest, then directly jumped forward, jumping down from 100 meters in the air. Ah, what are you doing? When Song Sui-jing reacted, she was already in a state of weightlessness. Her white and tender arms subconsciously wrapped around Yi Xian's neck, and tightly pressed her chest against Yi Xian's neck as she cried out involuntarily. Bang! After Song Sui-jing, he gently put Song Sui-jing down, and then picked his ears. Great aunt, I'm going deaf. Who asked you to jump down without a greeting? Song Sui-jing panted heavily. She was scared to death. Even though she was a half-step origin core realm cultivator, she was still scared to death. Even if she was a half-step expert, she would still become a dead pig if she fell from 100 meters in the air. Most people would use martial arts to reduce the impact, but Yi Xian directly jumped down with her in his arms. She almost thought that she and Yi Xian would become a pair of lovebirds. No matter what, you are still a half-step origin core expert. How can you be so cowardly? Alright, let me see your strength. As long as you kill it, I will give you another surprise. Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the lava tortoise a few hundred meters away. Humph, watch me. Hearing the word surprise, Song Sui-jing's eyes lit up. She then took out the nebula sword and rushed toward the lava tortoise. As for Yi Xian, he quietly followed behind her. Although the lava tortoise's power was shocking, it was much easier to deal with compared to the two-headed poison tortoise. However, the lava tortoise's defense was much stronger than the two-headed poison tortoise's. Song Sui-jing was also not confident. When she got close to the lava tortoise, she slashed at it with her sword qi. Paw! This sword qi slashed at the lava tortoise's hind legs and was easily dispersed. There was no damage at all. Girl, do your best. Yi Xian cheered her on. He was also very helpless. Song Sui-jing had an earth-grade weapon, but she was still unable to break through the lava tortoise's defense. She was too weak. I don't know any earth-grade martial arts. Song Sui-jing said unhappily as she attacked. She slashed more than 10 times and could only barely break through the lava tortoise's skin. Alright, I will give you this surprise first. After saying that, a transparent seed suddenly appeared in Yi Xian's hand. After that, he threw it to Song Sui-jing. Song Sui-jing caught the translucent seed, then she asked curiously, "What is this?" "You'll know after you eat it," Yi Xian said with an indifferent smile on his face. This seed was actually a bloodline seed. That's right, a bloodline seed. And it was a high-ranked Sword Emperor bloodline. This was a function unlocked by the system after he broke through to the Divine Core realm. It allowed him to turn a bloodline seed into a bloodline seed. In simple words, other people could fuse with a bloodline seed, but each person could only eat one seed. To be exact, it was a type of seed. In order to make a bloodline seed, one had to pay 100 times the price of the corresponding bloodline. This Sword Emperor bloodline seed also squandered all of Yi Xian's devour points. This time, he had put in a lot of effort just to win a smile from this beauty. Song Sui-jing felt a little strange, but she trusted Yi Xian very much. Therefore, she swallowed the Sword Emperor bloodline seed without hesitation. In the next moment, 2 bright beams shot out from her eyes. Her aura instantly skyrocketed, and she became extremely fierce. Sword Emperor bloodline, fused successfully. Yi Xian, this is... Song Sui-jing opened her eyes wide and said in shock. This is a bloodline seed I obtained by chance, it is the Sword Emperor bloodline. From now on, your understanding of sword-type martial arts will increase, and the power of your sword-type martial arts will increase as well. Yi Xian said. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and asked, just now, did you obtain the Sword Emperor's inheritance? How many Earth-rank martial arts did he teach you? And one of them is a mid-rank Earth-rank martial art. Song Sui-jing was completely stunned. She had heard that some mighty men would condense all their life's knowledge into a bloodline seed, and pass it on to others to be passed down. But she never thought she would encounter one herself. Moreover, it was given to her by Yi Xian. What she did not understand was why Yi Xian would give her such a precious thing. "All right, don't just stand there like a fool. Let's kill this giant tortoise." Yi Xian's words woke Song Suijing up. She instantly came back to her senses. She had to kill this giant tortoise first. Heaven Splitter Sword. Song Suijing's eyes turned cold. After a while, she directly slashed at the giant tortoise's thick hind legs. This move was the mid-rank Earth-rank martial art in the Sword Emperor bloodline. It was extremely powerful. Whoosh whoosh. This slash was extremely fast. Ordinary people would not be able to react in time. It directly swept past the giant tortoise's hind legs and easily cut it into two. What? Song Suijing opened her mouth wide. In order to use this mid-rank Earth-rank martial art, she had already used up all her Jindan essence and replenished a lot of her celestial chi. However, the power of this move was already beyond her imagination. Plop! The giant tortoise had been moving before. Now that its hind legs were cut off, it suddenly lost its balance and sat down. End of chapter. Chapter 218. However, in the next moment, Yi Xian's expression changed as well. "Oh no, it's going to erupt. Quickly hide below," Yi Xian hurriedly shouted. Song Suijing looked at the giant lava tortoise's trembling tortoise shell that emitted loud rumbling sounds. He instantly reacted and hid under the tortoise shell with Yi Xian. Splash! The lava tortoise's hind limb, which was at least 10 meters in diameter, was bleeding profusely. At this moment, the lava tortoise suddenly shuddered. Rumble! Rumble! Although they couldn't see it, Yi Xian and Song Suijing could hear it. Above their heads, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sound was so loud that it sounded like the sky was about to collapse. A few seconds later, they saw a few burning boulders smashing into the ground in the distance. Flaming boulders fell one after another, and the ground began to tremble violently. Fortunately, this lava tortoise was still in the wild. If it was near the city, it would have caused a huge disaster. Rumble! The flaming boulders continued to rain down. After the lava tortoise spewed hundreds of flaming boulders, it shuddered again and let out a comfortable roar. At this moment, this area was already riddled with holes. There were flaming boulders everywhere, and the temperature had risen by at least 10 degrees. "Oh no, hurry up and get out. This lava tortoise is going to retreat into its shell." Yi Xian's expression changed again. One had to know that Song Suijing had chopped off the tortoise's hind legs earlier. Tortoises were more timid. Even if this lava tortoise was a celestial beast, it would still retreat into its shell in the face of danger. At this moment, Yi Xian hurriedly pulled Song Suijing away. As expected, the moment they left the bottom of the shell, the lava tortoise's head and limbs retracted, and its shell came into close contact with the ground. If Yi Xian and Song Suijing had been a little slower, they would have been crushed to death. Song Suijing glanced at the lava tortoise, then turned to look at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, what do we do now? I've used up all the Jindan essence in my body. I don't even have half of my celestial chi left. Middle-grade Earth-level martial arts is for you. It's said that it's too draining and that you can only use it once. So, I'll have to do it." As Yi Xian said, he pulled Song Suijing to the lava tortoise. "Give me the nebula sword." Yi Xian extended his hand. Song Suijing quickly handed the sword over. Following that, Yi Xian revealed an extremely confident smile and said, "Next, I'll let you, this girl, see my true strength." As he spoke, the elixir essence in his body started to circulate rapidly and condensed on the nebula sword. Sky-breaking slash. Yi Xian shouted out loudly. He slashed down with the sword in his hand. A dozen-meter-long sword beam cut through the ground and headed straight for the lava tortoise. In the next moment, Song Suijing was completely shocked. The sword beam flashed and cut through the lava tortoise's body, splitting it in half. The lava tortoise's body was cut in half along with its shell. Blood immediately gushed out like a flood. Killing a lava tortoise with an extremely strong defense with a single strike, even an initial Mortal Core warrior couldn't do it. Yi Xian had just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, and this was his true strength. Terrifying. He has just broken through to the Mortal Core realm, but he already has the power to destroy the heavens and earth. If he is at the fourth realm of the spirit realm, does that mean he can destroy a mountain with a single punch? Yi Xian thought to himself. He was just pretending just now. He estimated that he could kill the lava tortoise, but he wouldn't be able to cut it in half. However, he never expected his strength to be so strong. An earth weapon, a mid-rank earth martial skill, a sword emperor bloodline, and a divine core warrior. All of these factors had given him the ability to kill the lava tortoise. Humph, you abnormal freak, only you can kill a Xian beast with a single strike. Song Suijing was stunned for a moment before she finally regained her senses. She was no longer surprised by this. Hee hee. Yi Xian let out an indifferent laugh. He quickly walked over and devoured the lava tortoise. After that, he handed the Xian beast's core to Song Suijing. You killed this lava tortoise, are you really going to give me the Xian beast's core? Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked. I've already given you the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed, what's a Xian beast's core? Yi Xian was puzzled. A Sword Emperor's bloodline seed was much more valuable than a Xian beast's core. If he were to sell it, the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed would definitely be a hit. Many people would fight over it, and the price would be at least 10 million mid-rank crystal stones. However, this bloodline seed was the same as a top-tier bloodline seed, it was unique. In other words, he couldn't exchange for the Sword Emperor's bloodline seed anymore, he could only exchange for it once. Song Suijing took the Xian beast's core. After a short pause, she asked shyly, do you really like me? What? You don't believe me? Yi Xian asked with a surprised expression. What if you're a womanizer? Song Suijing asked again. If I'm a womanizer, then just accept your fate. Also, if you don't agree, then spit out the bloodline seed and give it back to me. Oh, and the 6 yuan pill. Yi Xian stretched out his hand. You bastard. Song Suijing cursed angrily. However, she knew Yi Xian was just joking. In fact, she wasn't ready yet. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, she said, if you can help me break through to the divine core realm in 2 days, then I'll agree. She suddenly didn't know what to say. If I can help you break through to the divine core realm in 2 days, then you'll agree to be my wife. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. What do you mean by be your wife? That sounds so bad. If you can do it, then I'll think about it. Song Suijing pouted. What? Think about it. Yi Xian said, how about this, I'll help you break through to the divine core realm in 1 day, then you'll marry me. What do you think? You're pushing your luck again, Song Suijing subconsciously blurted out. However, she felt it was impossible. Normally, a half-step origin core warrior would be able to absorb a Xian beast's core after cultivating it to the maximum. But, it would take a long time, at least a few months. The reason why Yi Xian could break through to the divine core realm in 1 day was because of his physique. Therefore, Song Suijing didn't think it was possible. Alright, if you can help me break through to the divine core realm in 1 day, then I'll marry you, you bastard. Song Suijing agreed without hesitation, because she felt it was impossible. Deal. Yi Xian was overjoyed. He immediately summoned the soaring sky rock, then he flew back to the great Tang dynasty's imperial capital. He estimated that by the time he returned to the great Tang dynasty's imperial capital, Song Suijing would be able to break through to the divine core realm. Don't tell me you really have a way. Riding on the soaring sky rock's back, Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian's confident expression, and couldn't help but ask. End of chapter. Chapter 219. What can I do? Do you think I'll agree? With a smile on his face, Yi Xian took out a pill from his devouring space. That elixir had cost him 5 billion devouring points. He had used up all his devouring points before this, but after breaking through to the divine core realm, he had devoured all the corpses and crystals in his devouring space. But now, he was once again a poor man. What is this? Song Suijing asked curiously. Don't worry about it, just swallow it. Yi Xian replied. Song Suijing felt a little uneasy. I'm not eating it. Great Aunt, are you going back on your word? Swallow it. Yi Xian's expression changed. Without hesitation, he shoved the pill and dark beast inner core into Song Suijing's mouth. You want to go back on your word? No way. Ugh, you scoundrel. Before Song Suijing could react, the pill had been swallowed. After that, she could feel some changes happening in her body. Inner core. Inner core was continuously flowing out from her body, and was converging towards her dantian. This is forming a mortal core. Song Suijing was shocked. Silly girl, hurry up and absorb it, don't waste this divine pill. Yi Xian's voice entered her ears. But now, she couldn't care less. Since she had already eaten the pill, she couldn't just waste it. This pill was bought by Yi Xian with 5 billion devouring points. It could increase the speed of absorbing a dark beast inner core by 100 times. Normally, it would take at least 3 months for someone to absorb a dark beast inner core, but Song Suijing's talent was pretty good, that's why it took her less than 3 months. With this pill and Yi Xian's help, Song Suijing only spent half a day to form a mortal core and break through to the divine core realm. Ha ha ha, you'll have to call me husband from now on. Somewhere in the skies of Great Tang Dynasty, a hearty laughter was echoing. The owner of this laughter was Yi Xian. How is this possible? It's only been half a day. Song Suijing was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She didn't expect a miracle to happen again. In just half a day's time, she had broken through from the half-step origin core realm to the mortal core realm. No one would believe this. You tricked me again. Song Suijing glared at Yi Xian. What do you mean by tricking you? You were the one who agreed. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Damn it. Song Suijing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wanted to bite Yi Xian to death. Now you are my fiancé. Not bad, to be able to marry a princess of a dynasty as my wife. I have profited. Yi Xian stood up and sized up Song Suijing with a strange look. The latter's figure was indeed good, even better than Hua Ying of the Profound Sun Empire's general's mansion. She had breasts and buttocks, her skin was white, and her legs were long. If he had to give a score to Song Suijing, Yi Xian would definitely give her 100 points. You bad guy, don't look at me like that. Song Suijing's face turned red from being stared at by Yi Xian. What's wrong? Can't I look at my fiancé? Yi Xian walked behind Song Suijing, then he suddenly sat down and hugged her from behind, causing her to tremble in fear. Don't move, just let me hug you. Yi Xian whispered into Song Suijing's ears. Song Suijing couldn't resist Yi Xian, and now that her ears were being blown by Yi Xian, her bones went soft, and she collapsed into Yi Xian's arms. You can't let me down. Song Suijing hesitated for a moment, then she finally said it. Although her voice was soft, Yi Xian heard it clearly. Yi Xian responded softly, then suddenly pressed Song Suijing under his body and planted a kiss on her cherry lips. By the time Song Suijing reacted, it was already too late. Yi Xian had already succeeded. Her first thought was to push Yi Xian away, but that was just a thought. Then, she closed her eyes and took the initiative to wrap her arms around Yi Xian's neck. This was her first time, and after enjoying it, she was immediately addicted to it. Yi Xian caressed her face as he sucked on her rosy lips. Then, his hand started to wander down her body again. Song Suijing didn't have time to react before Yi Xian undid her belt. Being on the back of a flying spirit beast wasn't something an ordinary person could experience. Song Suijing was scared half to death. Just as she was about to push Yi Xian's hand away, a deafening roar suddenly rang out in the calm sky. This roar frightened Yi Xian. He quickly turned his head to look, but he didn't see anything. Song Suijing asked with a flushed face, "What's that sound?" "It should be some kind of spirit beast." "Damn it, how dare you disturb my good time." "Continue," Yi Xian said, then kissed her again. But it didn't take long for the roar to ring out again. This time, the blood in his body started to boil. "No, this is a mystical beast." Yi Xian licked his lips and said with a frown. Song Suijing was also surprised. She asked, "Didn't the Tang dynasty only have 2 mystical beasts?" "Yes, maybe the remnants of the beast god sect forcefully raised another one." Yi Xian nodded. But in the next moment, he realized a problem. The sound came from in front of them. And in front of them was the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. Could it be the one under the Tang dynasty's imperial palace? Yi Xian said in shock. The imperial palace. After Song Suijing heard this, she suddenly remembered that Yi Xian said he heard a beast's roar coming from under the imperial palace. This beast god sect doesn't feel normal. Fly faster. Yi Xian felt a little uneasy. The soaring rock also understood. It immediately let out a shriek and started to fly at full speed. As for Yi Xian, he wasn't in the mood to tease Song Suijing. He had a feeling that the Tang dynasty was going to face a great disaster this time, a disaster that was even greater than the countless beast hordes. With the soaring rock's full speed, Yi Xian finally arrived at the Tang dynasty's imperial capital when night fell. But, just as they were about to enter the imperial capital, the soaring rock suddenly landed. "What's going on?" "I didn't ask you to land," Yi Xian asked with a surprised expression. The soaring rock opened its mouth and let out a shriek. After breaking through to the divine core realm, Yi Xian's mid-rank 100 beasts bloodline had leveled up to myriad beasts. Now, he had a very strong sense for demon beasts and spirit beasts, and he could roughly understand their language. "You're saying you're scared? There's a creature in the imperial capital that is much stronger than you?" Yi Xian asked. The soaring rock nodded its head. "All right, I can feel it too. You can go to that mountain and wait there, we'll go there ourselves." Yi Xian didn't insist. After that, he brought Song Suijing and rushed towards the Tang dynasty's imperial capital. End of chapter. Chapter 220. However, halfway there, Song Suijing suddenly pointed at the imperial capital and said, "Look." In fact, Yi Xian had already seen it. At this time, there was already a lot of black smoke rising in the imperial capital. Something must have happened in the imperial capital. "Come, let's go in and take a look." Yi Xian held Song Suijing's slender hand and rushed over. They ran outside the city gates and could hear the cries from inside. At the same time, there were many people escaping from the city. "Big brother, what happened in the imperial capital?" Yi Xian stopped a middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was also a warrior. He could see that Yi Xian was not an ordinary person and immediately explained, "Little brother, don't go in." For some reason, a wyvern appeared in the imperial capital and is wreaking havoc inside. It destroyed the entire palace. "What, a wyvern?" Song Suijing immediately exclaimed. Yes, it's a wyvern. Its wings are injured and it can't fly, so it's wreaking havoc in the imperial capital. It can casually spit out flames, and even if there's nothing, it can burn until tomorrow. Now, the entire palace is a sea of fire. It's said that all the experts in the imperial family are dead. Even the emperor came out, but he was directly burned to ashes by the wyvern's flames. The middle-aged man described it as if he had seen it with his own eyes. "Thank you, big brother." After Yi Xian heard this, he gave him some mid-grade crystals and told him to leave quickly. When the middle-aged man saw the mid-grade crystals, his eyes almost popped out. He was just an ordinary warrior, not even in the true spirit realm. Moreover, it was an entire bag of mid-grade crystals. He was so happy that he quickly thanked Yi Xian again and again, almost worshipping him as if he was his ancestor. However, by the time he reacted, Yi Xian and Song Suijing had already disappeared. At this time, on the tall tower of the imperial capital's city wall. "Suijing, is this wyvern also a type of celestial beast?" Yi Xian stood on the tall tower and looked around. "Yes, but also no. I've only read about it in books." This wyvern had boundless strength. Like the double-headed venomous scale, it could breathe fire. Furthermore, the fire was extremely difficult to extinguish. It is said that a young wyvern is as strong as an earth core warrior. Before Song Suijing could finish, Yi Xian exclaimed, "What? Even a young wyvern is comparable to an earth core warrior?" "Yes. Previously, my grandfather said that the first of the spirit stage's 4 stages, the gravity spirit stage, uses the wyvern strength as a unit of measurement. Therefore, an adult flying dragon is comparable to a powerhouse in the strength realm." Song Suijing nodded. This. Yi Xian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even if it was a young wyvern, he might not be able to deal with it. After all, the Earth Core stage was divided into initial stage, and advanced stage. If it was an adult wyvern, there was no way he could defeat it. It was a combat strength that surpassed the divine core realm. "Look over there." While Yi Xian was still in a daze, Song Suijing's slender fingers suddenly pointed in a direction. Yi Xian turned around and saw a flame soaring into the sky. A wyvern. Yi Xian focused his gaze, and indeed, he saw a red wyvern. A wyvern that could breathe fire when it opened its mouth. This wyvern had a huge body. Although it was smaller than the giant lava tortoise, it was still bigger than the soaring sky rock. The combination of the myriad beasts bloodline and the overlord arrow bloodline gave Yi Xian extraordinary vision. He could clearly see the wyvern from a few thousand meters away. Right at this moment. Suddenly, a figure entered Yi Xian's vision. Who is this? How dare he provoke a wyvern? Yi Xian's heart trembled. When he saw the man's face, he was scared to death. Tang Sun. Oh my God, Tang Sun was burned to ashes. Yi Xian shivered. He wasn't surprised that Tang Sun was in the Great Tang Dynasty. The man who came out just now was the Great Tang Dynasty's old great emperor, Tang Sun. However, he was burned to ashes by the wyvern's dragon breath. Yi Xian, what should we do? Song Suijing furrowed her brows. Although this was the Great Tang Dynasty and not the Great Song Dynasty, there were still countless innocent people in the imperial capital. The Great Tang Dynasty's imperial family must be related to the Beast God sect. Perhaps, the Beast God sect was trying to control this wyvern, but they failed. We need to leave now, it won't be good if we get targeted by this wyvern. After saying that, Yi Xian prepared to leave with Song Suijing. A Xian beast at this level had a very strong sense. They could sense the presence of powerful warriors. Yi Xian and Song Suijing had both broken through to the divine core realm, and if they were discovered, they would be in big trouble. But right at this moment, the wyvern who was spitting out dragon breath suddenly turned around and looked at Yi Xian. Not good, let's go. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. Just now, he had exchanged glances with the wyvern. It must have discovered him. Without hesitation, he carried Song Suijing in his arms. They jumped out of the city directly from the high tower of the city wall. Rumble. Loud rumbling sounds kept coming from the imperial capital. Yi Xian quickly carried Song Suijing and left the city. In the blink of an eye, he was already a few hundred meters away. However, when he turned around and took a look, he was shocked to see that the wyvern had smashed a huge hole in the city wall, and was chasing after Yi Xian. Fuck you. Yi Xian cursed in his mind. He quickly calculated the wyvern's speed, and found out that it was actually faster than him. Furthermore, it wasn't just a little bit faster. It was an adult wyvern. We're dead. Yi Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect to get into such a huge crisis just because he wanted to be a bystander in the imperial capital. If this continued, he and Song Suijing would definitely die here. At that moment, he put down Song Suijing and shouted, "Split up." Song Suijing also felt the immense pressure of facing an adult wyvern. However, by the time she reacted, Yi Xian had already left her side. Although Yi Xian was running in another direction, he was closing the distance between him and the wyvern. He was obviously courting death. Song Suijing instantly understood that Yi Xian was trying to buy some time for her to escape. That bastard, why is he so stupid? She immediately burst into tears and chased after him without thinking. While running, Yi Xian heard the sound of footsteps. When he turned around, he almost fainted. Song Suijing was actually chasing after him. Were they trying to be a pair of doomed lovers? Damn it, I haven't married anyone yet, how can I die? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then he suddenly let out a few long roars towards the sky. This time, he was going to risk his life. Right now, he had the high-ranked Thunderclap Panther bloodline in his body. He could run as fast as lightning, but he still couldn't escape from the pursuit of a strength wyvern. Therefore, he had no choice but to use his trump card. He would devour everything in the devouring system, then exchange them for a top-ranked bloodline. He had just finished fusing with a high-ranked bloodline. If he forcefully fused with a top-ranked bloodline, his strength would drop, and he would explode and die. But, did he have any other choice? With Yi Xian's strength at the mortal core realm, if he forcefully fused with a top-ranked bloodline, he would most likely die. But, if he didn't, he would definitely die. But, in order to escape, he had to fuse with a top-ranked bloodline. End of chapter. Chapter 221. Let's go all out. Yi Xian gritted his teeth and prepared to stake everything on this one attack. The wyvern was only 100 meters away from him. Its sharp claws could probably tear his body into pieces in an instant. However, he only needed to think about it to fuse with the top-notch bloodline. However, at this critical moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Don't you dare hurt me, evil creature." A sudden roar fell into Yi Xian's ears, causing his brain to suddenly stop working. He focused his eyes and was shocked to find that the wyvern that was chasing him was missing a wing. He clearly saw that the wyvern had 2 wings earlier, but now, why was it only left with 1 wing? Roar, the wyvern roared. One of its wings was already injured, but now, that injured wing was directly cut off. It turned its huge head and saw a white-robed man standing in the air not far away. Yi Xian also looked over and was immediately shocked. What was going on? Someone was actually standing in the air. Was this a Photoshop? Roar! The wyvern roared again and charged toward the man in white. As a proud member of the dragon clan, it was actually injured by a human. That was simply humiliating. Humph, a mere wyvern dares to roar at me. The man stood in the air and did not dodge. He just watched as the wyvern's claws clawed at him. Yi Xian watched with wide eyes, not wanting to miss a single scene. The next moment, he was shocked again. He saw the wyvern being sent flying by that man with a single punch. Heavens, he sent a wyvern flying with a single punch. Is he really human? Yi Xian's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Even if the wyvern had been suppressed for countless years and its strength was not at its peak, this was still very impressive. At this moment, Song Suijing also hurried over and stood beside him to watch. Die, evil creature, withering sword. The middle-aged man's voice rang out in the air. Then, he casually slashed out a slash. This slash was purplish-black in color. It seemed very slow, but it also seemed very fast. The flying dragon did not dodge and was directly struck. After that, the bright red body of the wyvern began to turn black. Then, its entire body withered like petals. After a few seconds, it turned into ashes and was blown away by the wind. What kind of martial arts is this? Yi Xian was stunned. Who exactly was this middle-aged man in white? Not only could he stand in the air, but he could also kill the flying dragon with a single sword strike. Furthermore, he did it in an unconventional way. The night wind was very strong, and the ashes of the flying dragon were quickly blown away. At this moment, the middle-aged man in white turned his head and looked at Yi Xian. Then, he took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Yi Xian. He was still standing in the air, about 5 meters above the ground. Buddy, I just saved your life, shouldn't you thank me? The middle-aged man in white said with a smile on his face. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly cupped his fist and said, "Thank you, senior, for saving my life." Just a verbal thank you. The middle-aged man in white laughed again. Yi Xian was startled, then he furrowed his brows and said, "Senior, you're a mighty man, and I'm just a new divine core warrior. I'm afraid I can't repay senior's kindness." What kind of joke was this? This man had just killed a flying dragon with a single sword strike. Why would he want anything from him? No, you can. The middle-aged man in white said. Yi Xian raised his head, and he saw the middle-aged man looking at Song Suijing. In an instant, Yi Xian understood what the middle-aged man wanted. "Senior, you can have anything you want, but not her," Yi Xian said with gratitude. He was puzzled as well. A mighty man like this could have any woman he wanted, why would he want Song Suijing? The middle-aged man in white just stared at them for a brief moment. No one knew what he was thinking. After a brief moment, he smiled and said, "You said you can have anything you want. Including your life." Life? Yi Xian was startled once again, and he hesitated for a brief moment. He never expected that after escaping from the flying dragon, he would run into another mighty man who was trying to cheat him. "Fine, if senior wants my life, just take it." Yi Xian gritted his teeth and nodded his head. Song Suijing, who was standing next to him, had tears streaming down her face. Yi Xian was willing to sacrifice himself to protect her. This proved that she had a very high position in Yi Xian's heart. Right now, she was prepared to sacrifice herself. However, just as she was about to speak, the middle-aged man in white smiled and said, "Not bad, not bad. For a woman, you are willing to sacrifice yourself. If you have someone you want to protect, then you won't go down the wrong path in your future cultivation. I was just joking just now. I just felt that you were a little like a friend of mine, so I helped you. Otherwise, even if this dynasty was destroyed, it would have been impossible. Otherwise, it would have nothing to do with me." Hearing this, the large rock in Yi Xian's heart fell with a loud bang. So it was just a passing expert who saw someone who looked like a friend. Thank you, Senior. Yi Xian and Song Suijing thanked him in unison. Don't thank me. I said that I wouldn't help for nothing. Kid, you now owe me a favor. If we meet again in the future, I hope that you will remember this favor. The middle-aged man in white said with a smile. This kid will definitely remember. Yi Xian hurriedly replied. As long as he had some time, he would be able to reach the spirit realm 4 realms. I was just joking. The world is so big, how could it be so easy to meet? The middle-aged man in white laughed a few times. Yi Xian felt that something was wrong. When he raised his head, he realized that the middle-aged man in white had already disappeared. The laughter came from all directions, and he didn't know where he went. Damn, he was like a ghost. That scared me to death. Yi Xian exclaimed in his heart. Just now, he was really afraid that the middle-aged man would suddenly attack and turn him into a flying dragon. Fortunately, it was just a joke. Yi Xian. Song Suijing's gentle and delicate voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. When he turned his head, he realized that the former's face was already covered in tears. Why are you so silly? Song Suijing hugged Yi Xian and cried until she was half dead. Her towering breasts were pressed against Yi Xian's body, which immediately made Yi Xian's mood turn for the better. After surviving a great disaster, one was bound to have good fortune later on. This was good fortune later on. Yi Xian held Song Suijing's waist with one hand and gently stroked her head. He comforted her, "Don't cry. Aren't men supposed to stand up at times like this? Besides, aren't we all fine now? It was just a false alarm. Don't be like this next time. If we're going to die, we'll die together." Song Suijing raised her head. Her tears flowed down like beads from a broken necklace. Her face was full of tears, and Yi Xian's heart melted. Okay. Let's do it together. Yi Xian smiled. We'll talk about this later. Shouldn't you reward me now? After he finished speaking, he turned his face to the side. Song Suijing immediately understood Yi Xian's meaning. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Yi Xian on the cheek. Good girl. Yi Xian enjoyed it very much. He lovingly stroked Song Suijing's hair. When had he ever thought that there would be a goddess-like beauty hugging him? In his previous life, he didn't even dare to think about it. End of chapter. Chapter 222. That's right. At this time, Song Suijing suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Xian with teary eyes. She said softly, "That senior seems to know you." "Yes, I can see that." Yi Xian nodded and said, "The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the 4 great domains is lacking compared to the central region. With such a weak yuan qi, there wouldn't be any treasures that could catch the eye of an expert. Therefore, that senior definitely isn't traveling. He's here specifically for me. The friend that senior is talking about might be related to your father." Song Suijing added. "Most likely. However, what kind of expert is he to be able to fly in the sky?" Yi Xian asked in surprise. Song Suijing also shook her head. "I don't know much. I can only go back and ask my master." Her master was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, an Earth Core expert. He was much stronger than her grandfather Song Qing. Perhaps he knew something. This beast god sect is courting death. They actually tried to control a flying dragon. They deserve to be destroyed. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. He turned his head and looked at the imperial capital. It was a sea of fire. The great Tang Empire's treasury was probably burned to the ground. After all, the flying dragon came out from under the imperial palace. Then what should we do now? Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Xian. At this time, she had already accepted Yi Xian and treated Yi Xian as her life's hope. Let's go to the Great Tang Empire's Imperial Palace to see if there's anything good there. After that, we'll go to the Great Song Empire. Yi Xian said casually. Although the flying dragon came out from the Imperial Palace, there might be some unexpected gains. Yes. Song Suijing nodded slightly. Her face blushed shyly. Yi Xian was going to the Great Song Empire. Didn't that mean he was going to see her family? After that, Yi Xian rode the soaring heaven rock to the Imperial Palace and circled around it. The palace was truly a sea of fire. Even in the air, one could feel the terrifying heat. The wyvern's flames were very terrifying. Even if there was nothing to burn, it could still last for a few days. If there was something, it could spread even faster. Therefore, the palace would soon be burned to ashes and become a wasteland. Yi Xian did not dare to touch those flames, so he decided to just forget about it and head straight to the Song dynasty. The Great Tang dynasty and the Great Song dynasty did not have a good relationship because they were neighbors. However, with the speed of the soaring sky rock, Yi Xian flew for a week before arriving the imperial capital of the Great Song dynasty. Along the way, Song Suijing also observed carefully. There were also remnants of the beast god religion in the Great Song dynasty, and there were many beast tides. However, when the news reached the High Heaven Mansion, Song Qing immediately took Judge Song and a group of experts to the Great Song dynasty. Hence, the Great Song dynasty had already survived the calamity and was in the midst of rebuilding. At this moment, outside the imperial city of the Great Song dynasty, soaring sky rock, it's the envoy of the High Heaven Mansion. Yi Xian's soaring sky rock lowered a bit, and Song Suijing deliberately showed her head. It's the princess. When the guards below saw Song Suijing, they immediately let her pass. Even if someone else wanted to fly directly into the imperial city, they would not dare to attack. The prince consort of the Great Song dynasty has returned, haha, Yi Xian shouted a few times towards the ground. However, before he finished speaking, Yi Xian felt a pain in his waist, followed by Song Suijing's coquettish voice, "You bad guy, don't talk nonsense." The two rode the soaring sky rock and directly landed in front of a magnificent palace. "Father, I'm back." Song Suijing jumped off the soaring sky rock and directly ran in. The group at the entrance did not even have time to react. Yi Xian followed closely behind her. He was a bit envious. With his current strength, he could definitely establish a dynasty and have 3,000 beauties and millions of people. It was a pity that this was not the life he wanted. His current dream was to be a top expert, not the emperor of a country. Yi Xian followed in. After Song Suijing's introduction, this palace was the place where the Song family's internal discussions were held. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter. Soon, they saw the upper echelons of the Great Song dynasty sitting in the palace. "Girl, you're back, Yi Xian, you're also here." Chapter 223. Family. Song Qing was startled for a moment, he didn't understand. Song Suijing's expression immediately changed, and she angrily glared at Yi Xian. They had agreed to keep it a secret for now, but Yi Xian had let it slip. In an instant, 2 red spots appeared on her face. Then, she secretly whispered something into Song Chang's ear. After hearing what Jiang Chen said, Song Chang's eyes lit up. He laughed out loud and said, "Haha, we're family, we're family. Our Great Song dynasty now has 2 more divine core warriors, this is great. In just a short period of time, we'll have 4 divine core warriors." The fact that these people were able to sit here today meant that they weren't idiots. After hearing what Song Qing said, they immediately understood. So that's how it is. Not bad, young man. You have a handsome appearance, and you definitely deserve to be a judge. Song Jing stroked his black goatee with a smile on his face. Song Suijing was shy, but she couldn't stand this. She quickly changed the topic. Grandfather, let's not talk about this for now. Is Big Brother also absorbing a dark beast's inner core? Yes, after I killed that dark beast, I gave its inner core to a judge. In another 1 or 2 months, it should be enough for him to break through to the mortal core realm. Song Qing nodded his head in satisfaction. The Great Song Dynasty had 3 new divine core warriors. This was great news, and it was 3 consecutive good news. After that, Song Suijing started talking about what had happened in the past few days. When she talked about what had happened in the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital, everyone was shocked. A wyvern. There was a wyvern imprisoned under the Great Tang Dynasty's imperial capital? I never expected this. I really never expected that there would be an injured wyvern in this tiny Great Tang Dynasty. This Great Tang Dynasty is really daring. They actually tried to control a wyvern. Song Qing shook his head and said, looks like the beast god religion's headquarters should be in the Great Tang Dynasty. Girl, what happened to the wyvern? Song Jing suddenly asked. It was killed by a senior who was passing by. Oh right, grandfather, that senior was able to send the wyvern flying with just a single punch, and he could even fly in the sky. What cultivation realm is he at? Song Suijing asked curiously. Hearing this, Song Qing immediately stood up and cried out in surprise, what? Flying? Yes, this senior can stand in the air. Song Suijing nodded. That's a spirit realm expert. Once a spirit realm expert's physique reaches a certain level, they will be able to break through to the spirit realm. After breaking through, they will be able to control their qi and fly. Sending a wyvern flying with a single punch would be a piece of cake for them. He would probably be able to kill a wyvern with just a finger. Song Qing said in disbelief. He was only at the initial mortal core realm. There was still some distance between him and the earth core realm, let alone the heavenly core realm and the spirit realm. However, what puzzled him was that such an expert would actually pass by the Great Tang Dynasty. It was truly unexpected. Hearing this, everyone present revealed looks of yearning. Humans could actually fly in the sky. What a wonderful thing this was. There are 4 stages of the spirit realm. Strength realm and spirit realm. There are still 2 more stages after that. I wonder what stage Unlucky Brat's father and that mysterious expert are at. Yi Xian thought to himself. Grandpa, can you tell us more about the 4 stages of the spirit realm? Song Suijing was interested as well, so she pestered Song Qing and asked. All the people below were watching with great interest as well. Although they had no hope of breaking through to the divine core realm, it was still good to be able to listen. They would be able to tell the stories to their descendants and stimulate their desire to cultivate. All right, but I don't know much about it. Song Qing nodded his head and said, I heard that when a heavenly core warrior reaches the peak of his cultivation, he will be able to shatter his core and form his spirit. After breaking through, his physique will be greatly improved, and he will have the strength of a wyvern. This is called the strength of one dragon. When an ordinary person cultivates to the limit, he will have the strength of 100 dragons. At that time, he can try to break through to the spirit realm. However, I heard that there are some geniuses who can have the strength of more than 100 dragons. They can reach 200 or even 300 dragons. A single punch from these people is enough to split a mountain. When one breaks through to the spirit realm from the divine core realm, the core energy in one's body will transform into more powerful true energy. When one breaks through to the spirit realm from the spirit realm, he will be able to fly using the true energy in his body, and he will be able to fight in the air. What's after the spirit realm? Song Suijing asked with great interest. Song Qing continued, after the spirit realm is the essence realm, and after that is the spirit realm. But, I've only heard of these 2 realms. Then, Grandpa, do you know what realm that senior is at? Song Suijing asked again. I don't know, but he is at least at the spirit realm, and he can kill a wyvern with a single punch. Furthermore, that sword strike, a martial skill that can turn a wyvern into ashes, is beyond my knowledge. Song Qing shook his head helplessly. After all, he was just an initial mortal core warrior. But he did tell Yi Xian and Song Suijing some things, and it stimulated their desire to cultivate. No, Yi Xian should be the desire to break through to the next realm. TSK, being able to fly at the spirit realm. When the time comes, I'll be able to fly with the scripture in my hand. When he thought about flying into the sky, Yi Xian couldn't help but go out and kill some monsters to level up. After that, the higher-ups of the Great Song dynasty continued their discussion. As for Yi Xian, he was brought by Song Suijing to her little palace. Since both of their relationship had been made public, there was no need to hide it any longer. Besides, Song Suijing's little palace had more than one room. Originally, Yi Xian wanted to bring a pill for his brother-in-law, but when he thought about how Adjudicator Song would be able to break through to the Divine Core realm in 2 months, he decided against it. After all, a single pill cost 5 billion Devour points. It was very expensive. You can stay here tonight, just call them if you need anything. Song Suijing brought Yi Xian to a room. You're not coming with me. Yi Xian looked at her with a faint smile on his face. You scoundrel, stop thinking nonsense, I haven't settled the score with you yet. Song Suijing pouted playfully. Back when they were on the soaring sky rock, Yi Xian had nearly eaten her alive. Luckily, she was saved by the cry of the flying dragon. Look, your family has accepted me, why don't you let me do it now? After saying that, Yi Xian suddenly put his arm around Song Suijing's slim waist. He had heard that this world was quite open, and even if they weren't married, they could still do it. Scoundrel, hurry up and go in, I'll be leaving first. Song Suijing's face blushed, then she quickly ran away like a frightened little bird. Yi Xian felt extremely regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have done it back on the soaring sky rock. But it didn't matter. Since they had confirmed their relationship, there was no way Song Suijing could run away. Since he was here, he could return to the profound Sun Empire and bring back some good things for the Yi family. Tens of billions of Devour points, any single one of them could help the entire Yi family break through to the true spirit realm. End of chapter. Chapter 224. After staying in the Great Song dynasty for 3 days, Yi Xian also left on the soaring sky rock. This time, Song Suijing also went to the profound Sun Empire. At this time, the soaring sky rock had already entered the profound Sun Empire. Girl, don't be nervous. An ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her parents-in-law sooner or later. Besides, my father isn't home. Yi Xian gently stroked the hair of the beauty beside him. Hearing this, Song Suijing immediately pouted and said, Who are you calling ugly? Ha, it's just a metaphor. Of course you're not ugly. Yi Xian knew that he said something wrong and hurriedly defended himself. In just a few minutes after they entered the profound Sun Empire, the soaring sky rock had already flown above Lianyan City. We're here. Yi Xian stood up and looked at the big city in front of him. He couldn't help but say, it hasn't even been a year and it has already developed into a big city. He remembered that he left Lianyan City after the new year. Then, he went to the Shattering Cloud Sect, South Forest City, Imperial Capital, and finally Soaring Sky Mansion. Now that he thought about it, it was almost the new year. Song Suijing also stood up. When Yi Xian saw that nervous and shy expression, he couldn't help but kiss her. However, at this time, Yi Xian suddenly thought of a problem and said, Oh right, I forgot to tell you something. I was previously engaged. What? You were engaged? You want me to be your concubine? Song Suijing suddenly exclaimed. She asked 2 questions in a row. Her eyes were already spewing out sparks. Don't be nervous. I forgot to tell you. The person I was engaged to was a playmate of mine when I was young. However, she didn't want to marry an ugly person at that time, so she used me as a shield. Yi Xian quickly explained. He felt that Song Suijing was about to draw her sword. Song Suijing coldly snorted. She was satisfied with this explanation. However, she didn't really care how many women Yi Xian had as long as he didn't let her down. After all, her father had more than a dozen concubines, and her brother had already married 3 crown princes. Of course, in addition to not letting her down, he also had another request, and that was to not let her be a concubine. Alright, let's go down. Yi Xian smiled and gently carried Song Suijing. The latter habitually wrapped her arms around Yi Xian's neck. With a light leap from Yi Xian, they fell from the sky. 2 seconds later, they landed on the ground. The place where they landed was coincidentally a courtyard of the Yi clan. In the courtyard, there were 3 middle-aged men. These 3 middle-aged men were in the middle of discussing some matters when a loud sound suddenly rang out, scaring them half to death. They turned around and saw that one of the walls in the courtyard had collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the air. Then, 2 figures walked out of it. Uncle, I'm back. Yi Xian walked out of the dust cloud and said with a smile. The 3 people in the courtyard were Yi Zhang, Shui Hai, and Lin Ming. Yi Xian. Yi Zhang thought that a thief had sneaked into the Yi clan. He didn't expect that Yi Xian was back. Then, the 3 of them simultaneously looked at the white-clothed girl behind Yi Xian. Hello, uncles. Song Suijing was a little nervous and called out softly. Yi Xian, this is. Yi Zhang looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian directly held Song Suijing's small hand and introduced her. She's the princess of the great Song dynasty. This action made Yi Zhang and the other 2 understand the relationship between the 2. However, when they heard Yi Xian's words, they almost fainted from shock. The princess of the great Song dynasty. I'm mowing the grass. A dynasty was equivalent to hundreds, or even thousands of the profound Sun Empire. What about the Yi clan? It was just a small, insignificant clan in the profound Sun Empire. In the eyes of Yi Zhang and the other 2, Yi Xian had grown to a level that they couldn't imagine. Come. Sit. Yi Zhang couldn't stop smiling and quickly pulled Yi Xian and Song Suijing to sit down. After all, they were family, so they quickly chatted. Yi Xian had left home for a year, and Lianyan City had undergone huge changes. The profound Sun Empire also took care of the Yi clan and sent many people to help with the construction. Not only that, even Ouyang Ming came to Lianyan City to take charge. Lianyan City was developing very well and was very harmonious. Nothing big happened, which made Yi Xian feel very at ease. As for Lu Er and Shui Qingqing, they were also living very well. They were only suited to this peaceful life, so they lived without worries. This time, Yi Xian had brought quite a few good things with him. Remove other than the cultivation resources and earth-level martial arts, there were also the treasures exchanged from the devouring system. For example, the meditation jade pendant that increased cultivation speed, the guardian puppet that was comparable to the peak of the true profound realm, and so on. Although the profound Sun Empire was only a small empire, it was always good to be strong, just in case. With these, the Yi clan, Shui clan, and Lin clan would definitely become one of the strongest clans in the eastern region. After leaving Yi Zhang, Yi Xian also returned to the small courtyard where he lived. Before he even entered the small courtyard, he could already hear the sound of laughter and chatter. It was obvious that 2 little girls were fooling around. Yi Xian directly pushed open the courtyard door and walked in with Song Suijing. When the 2 little girls saw Yi Xian, they also directly flew in front of him. Young master, you're finally back. Lu Er directly rushed into Yi Xian's arms, so excited that her eyes were red. I haven't seen you in a year. Lu has also grown a lot taller. Yi Xian lightly patted Lu Er's head. You bastard, you don't care about us now that you're the state general. You haven't come back in so long. Xue Qingqing angrily walked over and directly pointed at Yi Xian's nose. Can't help it, time was tight, so I directly left the profound Sun Empire. Now I'm back. Yi Xian smiled, then gently pulled Song Suijing, who was standing at the door, over and introduced him. Let me introduce you. This is my sister, Lu Er. This, is also my sister, Xue Qingqing. Before he finished speaking, Xue Qingqing unhappily said, Who's your little sister? I'm your fiancé. I knew you wouldn't know your place, bringing a beautiful big sister back every time. Yi Xian was stunned, then he suddenly remembered that he brought Guan Yulan back during the last New Year. He didn't know if Guan Yulan was doing well now. However, he didn't think too much about it. He would make a trip to the Shattering Clouds sect later to see if Guan Yulan had returned. You're just a fake. Also, Song Suijing is also my fiancé. We should get along well in the future. Yi Xian awkwardly smiled. He could already see Song Suijing's eyes that wanted to eat him. He also knew that Song Suijing wasn't arguing with Xue Qingqing, but with the other beautiful big sister that Xue Qingqing mentioned. I'll let it go this time, but if you bring her back next time, I'll bite you to death. Xue Qingqing angrily said, then directly moved to Song Suijing's side and intimately said, This big sister, let's go inside and talk, don't mind him. Yi Xian rolled his eyes, her face changed faster than the weather. End of chapter. Chapter 225. The three girls ran straight into the house. Yi Xian didn't follow them in. He estimated that the three girls would get along very well. After all, they were still young girls. Just as he had expected, in less than half an hour, they were already calling each other sisters and chatting harmoniously. After that, Yi Xian exchanged for 2 small items from the devouring system and walked into the house. Lu Er, Qingqing, were these 2 small jade pendants. They can save your lives in times of danger. Yi Xian handed over 2 small jade pendants. You brought back a gift. At least you have some conscience. Xue Qingqing took the jade pendant and found that the craftsmanship was quite exquisite. It looked pretty good on her neck. This was another type of puppet that Yi Xian exchanged for. If they were in danger, it would condense a profound cheap puppet that was comparable to the peak of the true profound realm. It was much more precious than the several-meter-tall guardian puppet. Not only that, Yi Xian also specially chose an earth-level cultivation method that was suitable for girls. He even set up a large spirit-gathering formation in the Yi family to increase their cultivation speed. At the same time, he gave the 2 jade pendants to Lu Er and Qingqing. It wouldn't be long before the 2 girls became experts. Yi Xian didn't expect them to become super experts. He only wanted them to have life-saving skills. Moreover, cultivation could increase their lifespan. There were many benefits. A few days before the new year, Yi Xian rode the soaring sky rock to the Shattering Clouds sect. However, he found out that Guan Yulan hadn't returned yet. Helpless, he could only go to the Mystic Sun Imperial capital to report his safety to Zhao Chongwang because Zhao Pan and Jiang Xian hadn't returned. In the end, he returned to Lianyan City and planted some precious spirit herbs in the Yi, Lin, and Xue families to increase the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi and facilitate spirit gathering. Last year, Yi Xian brought Guan Yulan back. Unfortunately, Guan Yulan went out to train and hadn't returned yet. To be honest, Yi Xian missed Guan Yulan quite a bit. After all, Guan Yulan was about to confess to him. Thinking of this, Yi Xian became angry. He wanted to run to Zhou Zhang's grave, dig him out, and then whip him. Only by whipping his corpse could he relieve the hatred in his heart. With the arrival of the new year, Yi Xian was 1 year older. He was already 17 years old. After the new year, he stayed in Lianyan City for a few more days before riding the Soaring Sky Rock back to the Soaring Sky Mansion. The Beast God Religion. The headquarters had already been destroyed, so there was nothing to be afraid of. However, this time, they had to get rid of the roots of the problem. Otherwise, they might rise again in the future. Song Cheng, Judge Song, and the others had also returned to the High Firmament Mansion earlier than Yi Xian. When Yi Xian returned to the Soaring Heaven Mansion, the Supreme Elder immediately came looking for him. Right now, he had learned that Song Suijing had broken through to the Divine Core Realm. He immediately laughed wildly, and his teeth were about to fall off. A 17-year-old Divine Core Warrior, and an 18-year-old Divine Core Warrior, this was the first time in the history of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. Since Yi Xian had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, it was time for him to start as well. Start what? Challenge the Earth list. Aside from Jiangyu, there were 4 other Divine Core Warriors on the Earth list in the Underworld Palace. In other words, the 5th to 10th place were all half-step Origin Core Warriors. He didn't challenge any of the 4 Divine Core Warriors. After all, they were all from the Divine Continent Alliance. Therefore, he only challenged the 10th ranked warrior. Although this senior disciple was also from the Divine Continent Alliance, he admitted defeat without hesitation. Just like that, Yi Xian and Song Suijing entered the heavenly abode. Right at this moment, Yi Xian and Song Suijing arrived at the heavenly abode and stayed in the same courtyard. Just as they set foot on the ground, someone came looking for them. Song Suijing turned around, and when he saw that it was his master, he immediately greeted respectfully, "Master, why are you here?" The man was the Grand Elder of the Soaring Heaven Mansion, Zhou Yan. He walked in without any hesitation, and with a smile on his face, he said, I've heard from Sect Elder Song that both of you have broken through to the Mortal Core Realm. Good, this is great. Upon hearing this, Song Suijing's face couldn't help but blush. Since Zhou Yan had heard about this, he must have known about her relationship with Yi Xian. After saying that, Zhou Yan threw his glance at Yi Xian. At the same time, a surprised look appeared on his face, and he said, "You're just like your father, this is unbelievable. You've entered the heavenly abode, but that doesn't mean you can enter the top 5 of the heavenly abode. You still need to work harder. Senior, can you tell me the cultivation levels of those top 5 senior disciples?" Yi Xian cupped his fist and asked. "I know you've joined the Divine Continent Alliance. That's great, the 5th ranked warrior is a rogue cultivator, and he hasn't joined any power. Relatively speaking, he's the weakest. If you're looking for motivation, then make him your target. His name is Zhou Dongfeng, a mid-mortal core warrior with extraordinary strength. He uses 2 swords in one hand, and he cultivates the Earth rank skill, Gale 36 swords." Zhou Yan casually explained. There were some super geniuses in the heavenly ranking, and they were all taught by someone. The number 1 ranked warrior of the Divine Continent Alliance, the Alliance Chief, had already broken through to the Earth Core Realm. As for the 2nd ranked Jiangyu, the 3rd and 4th ranked warriors, they weren't ordinary warriors either. They had all broken through to the late Mortal Core Realm. As for the 5th ranked Zhou Dongfeng, he was only at the mid-Mortal Core Realm, and he was relatively easier to deal with. Mid-Mortal Core Realm, huh? I understand. Yi Xian lightly nodded his head. If it was a mid-Mortal Core profound beast, it would be a piece of cake for him. But this was the Soaring Heaven Mansion, so he wasn't 100% confident. Although he wasn't 100% confident, he was at least 80% confident. He was prepared to challenge this Zhou Dongfeng later. Alright, here are the materials needed for 20 Earth rank weapons and 306 yuan pills. Once you're done, send them to me. Oh right, you guys need to restrain yourselves, don't delay your cultivation. Zhou Yan threw a storage ring to Yi Xian, then he left. Yi Xian took the storage ring and gave it a quick check. The amount was correct. One Earth-rank weapon was 200,000 mid-rank crystal stones. 20 of them would be 4 million mid-rank crystal stones. 306 yuan pills would be 3 million mid-rank crystal stones. If Yi Xian finished all of them, he would have earned 7 million mid-rank crystal stones. Song Suijing's face blushed. She asked in disbelief, "Why are there so many? Can you finish all of them?" "Ha, you're underestimating me." "Why? Are you worried that I can't afford to feed you?" Yi Xian joked. Although Song Suijing didn't know the exact amount, she knew that it was an astronomical figure that even Song Qing didn't dare to imagine. "Then are you going out now?" Song Suijing pursed her lips. "Yes, but I'm not going out to refine them. Since you have nothing to do, let's go together." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he grabbed Song Suijing's hand and walked outside. Song Suijing blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, "Where are we going?" "The challenge arena." End of chapter. Chapter 226. Oh. Song Suijing didn't ask any more questions. Right now, both she and Yi Xian had broken through to the Divine Core Realm, and they could easily defeat those half-step Origin Core Realm warriors. They might even be able to defeat some ordinary Divine Core Realm warriors. After all, she had fused with the bloodline of a Sword Emperor, and she had directly learned the Earth-rank martial arts. Furthermore, she had mastered it thoroughly, and her combat strength had increased tremendously. Along the way, Yi Xian had also forged a new Earth-level weapon. It was a long sword for ladies, and it was called Frost. He had specially forged it for Song Suijing, and at the same time, he had also exchanged it for the Nebula Sword. After a while, they arrived at the Heavenly Abode's challenge arena. There weren't many people in the Heavenly Abode. Excluding the 100 disciples on the Heaven ranking, there were only a dozen or so newcomers. Most of them were new disciples from the Central State. As Yi Xian walked, the streets were deserted. After entering the challenge arena, it was still the same. However, when he saw the guardian of the soaring cloud mansion sitting cross-legged beside the challenge arena, his eyes lit up. "Senior brother." Yi Xian walked in and shouted. When the guardian heard him, he couldn't help but open his eyes. When he saw Yi Xian, he couldn't help but cry out in surprise, "Yi Xian." This person was Mo1, the guardian of the soaring cloud mansion, who had recommended Yi Xian to enter the underworld abode. "I didn't expect to meet senior brother here." Yi Xian quickly walked over. After that day, this was the first time he had seen Mo1. "Although this is the first time we've met since then, I've heard a lot about you in the past few days." Mo1 wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said. Hearing this, Yi Xian let out a dry laugh. He had indeed been a little high profile recently. "Senior brother, why are you sweating so much?" At this moment, Song Suijing, who was behind Yi Xian, couldn't help but ask. Mo1 naturally knew Song Suijing. He explained, "I can't break through to the Divine Core Realm, so I can only work hard on my physique. That's why I'm cultivating the body refining technique." A body refinement cultivation method was not something an ordinary person could cultivate. It required a strong will, because the body refinement cultivation method required constant tearing of the muscles and then repairing them. If an ordinary person were to cultivate it, they would probably faint from the pain. So that's how it is. Yi Xian nodded slightly. He tried to cultivate a body refinement technique before, but it was too unbearable. Bloodline, so the body refining technique. It seemed that Mo1 and the other guardians of the Lingxiao mansion, who were at the half-primal core realm, were not ordinary people. After all, they could only continue on the path of refining their bodies. "Oh right, senior brother, these pills are for you." Yi Xian suddenly took out a bottle of pills. This is... Mo Wen looked at it in astonishment. This is a pill concocted by me. It can increase the efficiency of the body refining technique. It can also reduce pain. It's especially suitable for people who cultivate the body refining technique. Yi Xian answered. After Mo Wen heard this, his eyes lit up. He was currently stuck at a crucial point. He had already tried a few times, but he couldn't break through. If he consumed this pill, he might be able to succeed. Alright, thank you very much. Mo Wen didn't hesitate and accepted it. Then, he asked, oh right, why are you here today? Yi Xian just remembered that he was here to challenge someone. He immediately said, we've been promoted to the heavenly abode. Today, we're here to challenge someone. Oh. Challenge? Mo Wen was a little astonished, but he didn't think too much about it. He took out a name list and asked, who do you want to challenge? Let's go first. Yi Xian pushed Song Suijing forward. Song Suijing took a look at the name list and fixed her gaze on the 17th place on the heaven list. Then, she pointed at the name and said, I'll challenge this senior. Mo Wen was almost scared to death when he saw the name. The 17th place on the heaven list didn't belong to any sect. However, he was a divine core realm warrior. Junior sister Song, are you kidding me? Mo Wen asked in astonishment. Senior brother Mo, I'm serious. I've already broken through to the divine core realm during the extermination of the beast god sect. Song Suijing smiled mischievously. She was very grateful to Mo Wen. After all, it was Mo Wen who arranged for her and Yi Xian to stay in the same courtyard. What? Divine core realm? Mo Wen cried out in surprise. He sensed that he couldn't see through Song Suijing. Even Yi Xian couldn't see through Song Suijing. He was already shocked. In just a few months, both of them had broken through to the divine core realm. This was a huge blow to him. However, he had seen a lot of the world, so he quickly regained his composure. He said, all right, I'll help you contact them. After he finished speaking, he immediately left. Little girl, you've merged with the Sword Emperor bloodline, and your sword technique has improved a lot. You can't lose, or else I'll spank your butt. Yi Xian scooped up Song Suijing with his left hand. At the same time, his hand started roaming around restlessly, and he almost slipped into the forbidden area. Song Suijing was so scared that she quickly broke free. You bad guy, you're not allowed to touch me when we're outside. Song Suijing glared at Yi Xian angrily. Although there weren't many people in the heavenly abode, what if someone passed by? Yi Xian smiled and lightly pinched her little nose. So you're saying that it's okay when we get home? Not even when we get home. Song Suijing pouted playfully. She didn't want to stay on this topic any longer, so she quickly changed the topic. Which senior disciple are you going to challenge later? Let's wait and see. Yi Xian casually replied. However, he already had a candidate in mind. Very well, you're using me to test the strength of those senior disciples? Song Suijing was a little angry. Yi Xian hastily said, of course not. Alright, I already have a candidate in mind, why don't you take a guess? Song Suijing stared at Yi Xian's smiling face. Suddenly, she had a guess in her mind. She asked in astonishment, don't tell me you're going to challenge senior disciple Zhou Dongfeng, who is ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. Huh, you're really smart. Yi Xian was so happy that he immediately kissed her on the cheek. Are you crazy? Senior disciple Zhou is in the initial mortal core realm. Song Suijing recalled what happened that day. What are you afraid of? It's just a challenge. If you lose, you can just come back half a month later. Yi Xian didn't say much, but used the simplest way to reassure Song Sui-jing. "Then you better be careful." Song Sui-jing also didn't say much. This was different from the incident in the Tang dynasty. Moreover, she was still very confident in Yi Xian. Although they had both just entered the mortal core realm, she felt that her strength was not on the same level as Yi Xian's. Very soon, Mowen returned, bringing back two people at the same time. One was a disciple wearing the uniform of the heavenly abode, while the other was an elder of the soaring cloud mansion. End of chapter. Chapter 227. You're the one who wants to challenge me. When the disciple entered the arena and saw the duo hugging each other, he immediately asked. But, he was looking at Yi Xian. "It's not me, it's her." Yi Xian and the disciple looked at each other, then let go of Song Sui-jing and said. "Humph, you've just broken through to the mortal core realm, why don't you spend some time consolidating your cultivation base and come here to challenge me?" The disciple was obviously unhappy, because he could tell that both Yi Xian and Song Sui-jing were younger than him. Right at this moment, the sect elder walked up to them and said, "So it's little girl Song. I've heard from your grandfather that you two will have extraordinary achievements in the future. Thank you for the compliment, Grandpa Yen." Song Sui-jing thanked the sect elder politely. Yen. When Yi Xian heard this name, he immediately realized who it was. This old man was most likely the divine core warrior from the great Yen dynasty, Yen Wendi. It was said that he was the same as Song Qing, an initial mortal core warrior. "Alright, I'll be the judge for this challenge. Don't go too far, don't hurt each other," Yen Wendi said. Only now did the disciple realize who Song Sui-jing was. Wasn't she the new disciple of the sect elder? But, he didn't think too much about it. Right now, he just wanted to defeat Song Sui-jing as soon as possible, then go back and continue his cultivation. Song Sui-jing and the disciple walked onto the arena. Yen Wendi also jumped onto the arena, then he said, "Since you're ready, let's begin." Right after he finished speaking, Song Sui-jing took out her frost sword. It was a woman's long sword that was emitting cold air. An earth weapon. When the disciple saw the long sword, he was startled. He didn't expect Song Sui-jing to have an earth weapon. Not many people in the soaring heaven mansion had an earth weapon. Most importantly, he didn't have one. In an instant, his expression changed, then he took out a high-rank spirit longsword. The fight hadn't even started, and he was already weaker in terms of equipment. It was hard to tell who would win this challenge. However, at this moment, "Sui-jing, change your weapon," Yi Xian suddenly shouted from below the stage. Song Sui-jing, who was in the arena, was also stunned when she heard this. However, she understood in the next moment and immediately switched the ice frost to the autumn water sword. "You actually dare to look down on me?" This disciple was furious, and directly spoke out. The sword rushed forward. Those who knew him had given him a nickname, the martial maniac. This was because he spent all his time cultivating, and he didn't show any mercy to girls. There was once when he fought with a divine core senior sister disciple for more than 100 rounds, and in the end, both of them were severely injured. Therefore, he would not show mercy to Song Sui-jing. Song Sui-jing's expression hardened as he watched Chu Li dashing towards him. His Dan Qi gushed out as he launched an attack. Previously, she had merged with a Sword Emperor's bloodline seed, and her combat strength had skyrocketed. However, she was still lacking in combat experience. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to train her a little. In an instant, the two figures clashed. Cold lights flashed, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Yi Xian watched from below the stage with a calm expression. He was quite confident in Song Sui-jing's combat strength. In the blink of an eye, the two figures on the stage had exchanged more than a dozen moves. Neither of them used any martial arts, and it looked like they were evenly matched. However, as time passed, Song Suijing started to gain the upper hand. How is this possible? Her sword skill is even better than mine. The disciple was shocked. He had spent all his time cultivating his sword, and there were only a handful of people on the heavenly ranking whose sword skill was better than his. He never thought that he would be surpassed by another person today. It made him wonder if his combat strength had stagnated. Take this. Raging Flame Sword. The disciple suddenly wrapped his weapon with his Dan Qi, then he fiercely swung it out. In an instant, his weapon seemed to ignite, and a faint charred smell wafted out. However, Song Suijing was not to be trifled with. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. She took a few steps back and waved her long sword a few times. Dazzling stars appeared in front of her. As she stabbed with her long sword, these stars suddenly swept out, and there were more than a dozen of them. This move was performed too quickly. Song Suijing's opponent could not react in time and was directly hit by a few stars. Fortunately, he had used a defensive martial arts technique in time, so he could move forward with the stars. However, the real killing move was yet to come. Sky Splitter Sword. Song Suijing shouted in her heart. She waved her long sword, and a white light flashed, directly cutting her opponent's long sword that seemed to be burning in half. Then, she quickly stabbed again. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Meteor Strike. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the arena. There was an explosion, and a figure was directly blown away. It was the 17th ranked disciple on the heavenly ranking. In fact, when Song Suijing used a mid-rank Earth Realm martial art, the outcome was already decided, because her opponent could not withstand this attack at all. However, this was a challenge arena, not a life-and-death battle. That was why Song Suijing showed mercy, otherwise, her opponent would have already become a corpse. Song Suijing wins. Yan Wendy was stunned for a moment, then he shouted loudly. It was quite common for someone who had just entered the mortal core realm to defeat a senior brother of the same level. After all, there had been cases where someone had challenged someone of a higher level. That disciple on the heavenly ranking was defeated by Song Suijing, who did not have a ranking, so his ranking was replaced, and he had to challenge someone else again. However, this was not important. What was important was that he was defeated in less than a minute. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, goodbye. He cupped his fist towards Song Suijing, then quickly left. Just now, Song Suijing showed mercy, and only blasted him out of the arena. Yi Xian, I won. Song Suijing shouted in surprise. She directly jumped off the arena and threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Not bad, I'll give you a reward. Yi Xian smiled, and kissed her forehead through her bangs. He was also a little surprised, he did not expect Song Suijing to win so easily. The Sword Emperor bloodline had already exceeded his expectations. After fusing with the Sword Emperor bloodline, Song Suijing's sword technique had become much more brilliant, and the speed of her sword technique was not something an ordinary person could compare with. Speaking of which, Yi Xian himself had never used the Heavenly Star sword technique he learned after fusing with the Sword Emperor bloodline. He would try it out later. Aha! At this moment, Yan Wendy and Mo Wen both walked over. The former coughed, scaring Song Suijing so much that she quickly let go of Yi Xian. I did not expect your ability to improve so much. Yi Xian, who do you want to challenge? Yan Wendy asked directly. Mo Wen was also a little curious. He felt that Yi Xian would be stronger than Song Suijing. I want to challenge senior brother Zhou Dongfeng, Yi Xian replied. Zhou Dongfeng was the disciple of the initial Mortal Core realm who was ranked 5th on the heavenly ranking. At the same time, he was also Yi Xian's mission. Only by defeating him would Yi Xian be able to meet the Soaring Sky Mansion's great elder, Lin Wenyue. End of chapter. Chapter 228. Are you sure? Yan Wendy asked in surprise. Yes. Yi Xian nodded his head seriously. It was just a challenge, it wasn't like he couldn't do it. Alright, then I'll call Zhou Dongfeng over personally. Yan Wendy saw how confident Yi Xian was, so he immediately waved his sleeves and left. As for Mo1, he was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. When had he ever thought that the kid from the True Element realm would be able to reach such a realm in such a short amount of time? After a while, Yan Wendy, who had left, returned. At the same time, he brought an indifferent young man with him. The fifth on the heaven ranking, Zhou Dongfeng. This Zhou Dongfeng was the top genius of the Soaring Heaven Mansion. He was in the same realm as Yan Wendy, the initial mortal core realm. Also, it was said that his strength had reached the peak of the initial mortal core realm. It was believed that he would soon break through to the profound mortal core realm. After he followed Yan Wendy into the arena, his gaze immediately fell onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian's indifferent look made him very unhappy. At the same time, it reminded him of a saying, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You only know how to forge weapons and concoct pills. If I don't teach you a lesson later, others will think that I, Zhou Dongfeng, am someone who can be casually challenged. Zhou Dongfeng said coldly in his heart. Greetings, senior brother. After seeing the newcomer, Yi Xian respectfully cupped his fists, because from now on, he would be able to call the newcomer junior brother. Stop talking nonsense, let's begin. Zhou Dongfeng said impatiently, then he walked towards the arena. Yan Wendy, who was standing beside him, smiled slightly. Geniuses and experts usually had a sense of arrogance. People like Yi Xian were very rare. Since the opponent was in such a hurry, Yi Xian would naturally accompany him. Be careful. Song Suijing reminded him softly. Don't worry, it's not like you haven't seen my recovery ability. Yi Xian patted her head lightly, then he walked up to the arena. That day, when he returned to the Soaring Firmament Mansion, Yi Xian had also lost his mind and chopped off his left arm. Then, he didn't take any pills. Instead, he put his severed hand back. After a while, the severed hand reattached itself. After a few minutes, the wound healed. This was the super recovery ability of the 10,000 flower bloodline. Song Suijing had seen Yi Xian reattach his arm with her own eyes, so she was not that worried. Right now, Yi Xian's body was filled with high-grade bloodlines. Next would be top-grade bloodlines and god-grade bloodlines. Yi Xian speculated that if he raised the 10,000 flower bloodline to the highest level, he might be able to regrow his limbs. If that was really the case, then he would really be an unkillable cockroach. As long as his vital points weren't hit and he didn't die instantly, then he would be invincible. The two of them walked to the foot of the stage. Then, Yi Xian took out his earth artifact, the Nebula Sword. As for Zhou Dongfeng, he also took out two weapons. They were both earth artifacts. This Zhou Dongfeng cultivates the Earth Tier 36 Gale Swords. Moreover, he modified it into a two-handed sword. This means that he should be good at speed. Yi Xian looked at Zhou Dongfeng in front of him and thought to himself. Since his opponent didn't take him seriously, then there was no need for him to show mercy. If he wanted to fight, then he had to crush his opponent's confidence and make him live in the shadows in the future. Be careful when you fight. Don't hurt the harmony between us, Yan Wendy reminded from the side. He knew that Yi Xian was Yi Chang's son. He also felt that Yi Xian's strength was extraordinary. However, Zhou Dongfeng was still one realm higher than Yi Xian after all. Junior brother, please. Zhou Dongfeng said calmly with his two swords in hand. Then you must be careful, senior brother. Yi Xian didn't act pretentiously. He instantly unleashed his speed. At this moment, he didn't use any movement technique at all. He simply added his Jindan essence to his feet. That said, Zhou Dongfeng and Yan Wendy were both astonished. Fast. So fast. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian was already in front of Zhou Dongfeng. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Yi Xian waved his hand. Dozens of stars appeared and smashed directly toward Zhou Dongfeng. Zhou Dongfeng relied on his attack speed to make a living. He waved his hands and destroyed the stars like lightning. Oh, you have some skills. Yi Xian was shocked. However, this was only the appetizer. What came next was the real deal. Heavenly Star Sword Technique, Falling Stars. Dozens of stars swept over again. Zhou Dongfeng didn't panic. He alternated between slashing with his hands and easily destroyed more than half of these stars. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly froze. He saw another wave of stars coming toward him. Yi Xian's attack speed was so fast that he couldn't turn his head. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page, don't get out of my way. You do have some ability. No wonder you dare to challenge me. However, you're too weak. Zhou Dongfeng shouted in his mind. He skillfully dodged Yi Xian's waves of falling stars, then he dashed in front of Yi Xian. Gale 36 Swords. Zhou Dongfeng struck out with both swords at the same time. In an instant, he had struck out a total of 36 times. This was his ultimate martial skill. None of his fellow disciples at the same level as him could perfectly withstand this attack. Even a late mortal core warrior would have to be cautious when facing this attack. Yi Xian was just a new mortal core warrior, how could he block this attack? However, he was wrong, and very wrong. Yi Xian wasn't an ordinary warrior. His body had merged with the high-rank Fist Emperor's bloodline. His attack speed was much faster than Zhou Dongfeng's. He had withstood all of the 36 sword strikes with just the Nebula sword. What? This is impossible. Zhou Dongfeng was shocked. His best attack had been blocked by someone, and his opponent was one level lower than him. He couldn't believe it. He then struck out with the Gale 36 swords again at Yi Xian. Just now, he only wanted to teach Yi Xian a lesson, that's why he went easy on him. But this time, he attacked with all his strength. This time, his attack speed had increased by at least 50%. However, this was of no use. Yi Xian was still able to easily block all 36 swords. Left and right mutual combat, how can it be compared to my unicorn arm? Have a taste of this. Yi Xian suddenly took out the second Nebula sword from his storage ring. In the next second, both of his hands disappeared. No, it was so fast that even Zhou Dongfeng couldn't see it. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. Heavenly Star Sword Style, Falling Stars. Yi Xian struck out with both of his hands, and 2 times the number of stars appeared in front of Zhou Dongfeng. The latter was shocked and quickly withdrew his hands to defend himself. But, he was only able to defend against half of the attacks. The other half hit his body directly. Bang! 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 Muffled sounds rang out one after another as Zhou Dongfeng continuously retreated. The clothes on his body were already riddled with holes from the explosion, revealing his body that was full of scars. At this moment, Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He raised his right hand and pierced forward. Meteor Strike. End of chapter. Chapter 229. Meteor Strike. A beam of light pierced through Zhou Dongfeng's chest and sent him flying. Plop. Zhou Dongfeng didn't fall out of the arena, but Yi Xian followed closely behind him and placed the Nebula sword on Zhou Dongfeng's neck. Junior Disciple Zhou, you've lost. Yi Xian said with a calm tone. When this voice entered Zhou Dongfeng's ears, his body trembled violently. He was at the initial mortal core realm, but he was defeated by Yi Xian, who had just broken through to the mortal core realm. Challenging someone who was at a higher cultivation level than him, this was definitely a disgrace. Zhou Dongfeng's face was gloomy. He didn't say anything, but he quietly got up and walked down the arena, leaving silently. From the beginning to the end, he didn't say a single word. However, in his heart, he swore that he would win it all back. But the difficulty of this was not ordinary. Looking at Zhou Dongfeng's back as he left, Yi Xian thought to himself, the high-grade bloodline is indeed a great springboard, it allowed my strength to increase by a large margin. If I use the implosion technique, perhaps I can fight with a mortal core warrior. He was very satisfied with his current strength. However, he wasn't interested in fighting for the Earth ranking. The reason why he challenged the 5th ranked on the Heaven ranking was because he wanted to see the Great Elder. Below the arena, Song Suijing, Yan Wendy, and Mo Wen were all stunned. At first, they didn't think that Yi Xian could win, but Yi Xian really did it. Moreover, he did it with ease. You really won. Song Suijing looked at Yi Xian, who was walking down the arena with a shocked expression. Remember, you must have confidence in me in the future. Yi Xian lightly pinched Song Suijing's pink little face. Luckily I didn't bet with you this time, Song Suijing muttered softly. Recently, she had learned to be obedient, and that was to never bet with Yi Xian. Look, she had lost herself. Yi Xian laughed dryly, then turned around and said, Senior brother, please give me the ranking token. Mo Wen was stunned. He immediately took out a special token from his Heaven and Earth ring and threw it over. This was the Earth Rolls ranking token. Only the word Heaven and the number 5 were engraved on it. The 5th on the Heaven leaderboard, Yi Xian. Now, he could go and find the Grand Supreme Elder. Many thanks, Senior brother. Senior, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Yi Xian cupped his fists at the two of them, then pulled Song Suijing and left. Perhaps Mo Wen did not know, but Yan Wendy knew that Yi Xian had gone to look for the sect Grand Elder. Geniuses are geniuses. Both father and son are geniuses. I have lived for nothing. Yan Wendy shook his head helplessly. Yi Xian still had the energy to defeat Zhou Dongfeng, which meant that he could also defeat him. After leaving the battle arena, Yi Xian headed towards the Lingxiao Peak where the upper echelons of the Lingxiao mansion lived. Now, Song Suijing also knew that Yi Xian's real purpose in coming to the Lingxiao mansion was to find Lin Wenyue and find out about Yi Chang's whereabouts. Song Suijing was also very curious. Just how powerful was Yi Xian's father? After a while, Yi Xian stepped into the Lingxiao mansion. Then, he went straight to the sect Grand Supreme Elder's residence. The sect Grand Supreme Elder, Zhou Yan, had just come out of the residence and bumped into Yi Xian and Song Suijing. Why are you here? The sect Grand Supreme Elder was slightly surprised. Yi Xian did not waste any time and directly threw a token over. Zhou Yan took the token and looked at it. His whole body trembled as he exclaimed, 5th on the Heaven leaderboard. Yi Xian, you defeated Zhou Dongfeng? Master, it happened just now, Song Suijing said proudly as she held Yi Xian's hand. Zhou Yan paused. He had just met Yi Xian. He did not expect that in less than 2 hours, Yi Xian would fight his way to 5th on the Heaven leaderboard. This was too unbelievable. Sect Grand Supreme Elder, you said before that as long as I. Yi Xian said. However, before he could finish, Zhou Yan interrupted him, I know. You two go in and wait for a while. After he finished speaking, he quickly left. Even Yi Xian did not have time to react to this speed. As expected of the sect Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao Mansion, an Earth Core expert. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian and Song Suijing walked in and waited inside. Suijing, you've been under the sect Grand Supreme Elder's tutelage for some time now, but I don't think he has given you anything, right? Yi Xian suddenly asked. N. Song Suijing nodded her head. Yi Xian continued, how can that be? We'll have to wait for him to get something later. At the very least, we'll have to get a mid-grade Earth-level martial art. Why do you always want to trick others? Song Suijing rolled her beautiful eyes and quietly stared at Yi Xian. I'm just helping you. You're an 18-year-old divine core warrior, and I think your brother will reach the same level soon. If I don't trick him, wouldn't that be letting him off easy? Yi Xian whispered. He couldn't let anyone hear what he just said, or else he would be in deep trouble. But, as the sect Grand Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao Mansion, he definitely had a mid-rank earth martial skill. Song Suijing was his disciple with the best potential, so of course he would focus on training her. About 10 minutes later, the sect Grand Supreme Elder came back alone. The sect chief has agreed, but he only allows you to find when you. As for whether she wants to see you or not, that will depend on your own ability. The sect Grand Supreme Elder told Yi Xian. I understand. Yi Xian nodded his head. If the sect Grand Supreme Elder didn't want to see him, there was nothing he could do. All right. The sect Grand Supreme Elder nodded his head, then he continued, since you're able to come here, I assume you've gone through 3 forks. You'll find a bamboo forest if you follow the other path. Wen Yu lives in the bamboo forest. Thank you for telling me, sect Grand Supreme Elder. After saying that, Yi Xian immediately left. As for Song Suijing, she stayed here. After leaving the sect Grand Supreme Elder's residence, Yi Xian went back the way he came and found another fork in the road. At this moment, he was feeling a little excited. He didn't know if Lin Wenyue would want to see him or kill him. This was a question worth pondering. However, Yi Xian had to go in. After running for about 5 minutes, he saw a bamboo forest. However, this bamboo forest wasn't green, but orange-yellow, like the color of fallen leaves. Yi Xian directly stepped into the forest. At the same time, he looked around and realized that these strange bamboos were all natural treasures. The yuan qi of heaven and earth here was much more abundant than other places on the Lingxiao Peak. After entering the bamboo forest, he found another direction to go in. The orange-yellow bamboos were tall and dense. In addition, there was still fog in the bamboo forest. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yi Xian still couldn't find the sect Grand Supreme Elder's residence. F***CK, don't tell me I'm lost. I have a good sense of direction. Yi Xian felt a little helpless. He wanted to go back to the fork in the road, but he realized that he couldn't. End of chapter. Chapter 230. The person who walked into the Longevity Spring Pavilion was Sun Qiu, who everyone in the imperial capital knew, Lord Sunday. As one of the only 4 supervisors in the capital, ordinary people didn't dare to provoke him. Everyone looked at him with admiration, putting down their bowls and chopsticks as they watched this big shot arrive. Are there any private rooms left? Sun Qiu swept his gaze over everyone and frowned slightly. Then he looked at the waiter and asked in a low voice. Unfortunately, the private rooms are all full tonight. Why don't you make do with it for the night? The waiter had an apologetic expression as he apologized. I only stayed in the mansion for a while, but I'm already late. Find me a seat by the window, ordered Sun Qiu coldly. The waiter quickly agreed, but looking around, there were 8 seats by the window, and they were all occupied by either the deputy minister or the captain. The restaurant couldn't afford to offend them. Looking around, the waiter's gaze landed on Jiang Xiaofan's group. The poor people of the outer city wore rough clothes. Although they had some money, the 3 of them were so young that they definitely weren't people with power. They were naturally easy targets. Sir, since the supervisor is here, why don't you give up your seat? The waiter rubbed his hands together and smiled as he replied. Jiang Xiaofan had been humble for more than 10 years. Now that he had the system, he had begun his path to power. What he was least afraid of was this so-called power. He even dared to kill a rank 1 city lord. You, a rank 4 supervisor, are not even worth a fart in his eyes. Is the supervisor very powerful? Jiang Xiaofan raised his hand and bit off a large mouthful of meat from the drumstick. After chewing a few times, he continued, even if the heavenly king comes, I won't leave this table today. The waiter revealed an awkward expression, but Jiang Xiaofan's high-profile tone allowed him to avoid paying the price of being the mediator. That was because when Sun Qiu heard Jiang Xiaofan's words, he was so angry that his beard was about to go crooked. He glared at Jiang Xiaofan fiercely. The surroundings were so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Sun Qiu walked forward and slammed his hand on the table. He shouted, a mere lowly commoner dares to insult me. If you let me go today, I will be magnanimous and let bygones be bygones. If you don't, Jiang Xiaofan put down the drumstick in his hand, picked up the brocade handkerchief on the side of the table, and wiped his mouth. He looked up and asked with a smile, if I don't let you go, what will you do? You really won't let me, why should I let, Black Dragon, Black Tiger? Following Sun Qiu's angry shout, the 2 Earth martial arts realm experts behind him stepped forward and stomped on the ground. A strong wave suddenly surged out, I'm here. At this moment, when the shopkeeper heard that something was wrong, he hurriedly walked out from the back hall and advised, Lord Sun, please calm down. Don't ruin your good mood by coming to drink at night. That's right, then let's see how shopkeeper Qian deals with this matter, Sun Qiu said with a cold snort. Qian Liang was the shopkeeper of the Longevity Spring restaurant. As the foundation of the Qian family, the Longevity Spring restaurant had been prosperous for hundreds of years. He naturally knew how to judge the situation. He naturally could not offend the officials, especially in this era where eunuchs ran amok. It was even more difficult for him to take every step and he had to be careful. He looked at Jiang Xiaofan and said with a smile, objective, how about this, I'll give you half the price for tonight's dishes and wine. You have to suffer a little, why don't you change tables? He dealt with it tactfully and did not offend anyone, but this was to give the weak a way out. In front of Jiang Xiaofan's character who could not stand even a little bit of injustice, it was useless. It was not that he was stubborn, but he just did not want to see the smug faces of these so-called big shots. He just wanted to beat him up, paw. For silver connections, a total of 4 million copper coins. He slammed the table and said, no need for half price. Give me 2 more jugs of good wine. I will not leave this place until I'm full today. Once he said that, the surrounding atmosphere instantly froze, and the surrounding diners also started to discuss. This kid has a backbone. He even dares to talk back to a supervisor. He's just a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He doesn't even know how he died. I think he will probably disappear from the imperial capital tomorrow. Isn't that right? Even if he had 9 lives, he wouldn't be able to die after offending a supervisor. Interesting. Sun Qiu smiled and shook his head. He looked relaxed and calm, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. He raised his arm and was slightly startled. Immediately, a wave of pressure pressed down on Jiang Xiaofan. At that moment, Wang Tichue and the other 2 were also rubbing their palms together, ready to fight. Bang! A wave of energy surged out. What He Long didn't expect was that the pressure of the Earth martial arts realm could not affect Jiang Xiaofan at all. Even when the pressure collided, Jiang Xiaofan's pressure was slightly stronger than his. At that moment, He Long also felt that this person's pressure was not weak. He quickly supported him and pressed his own pressure towards Jiang Xiaofan. The surrounding people were cultivators. How could they not see that Jiang Xiaofan was doomed today? However, it seemed that things were not as simple as they thought. The two of them released their pressure at the same time. They didn't expect Jiang Xiaofan to be able to withstand it. In fact, Jiang Xiaofan naturally couldn't withstand the pressure of two people at the later stage of the Earth martial arts realm. However, with the great power of divine might, he could completely ignore the pressure of the same realm. Since he couldn't withstand it, he would just ignore it. Jiang Xiaofan's expression did not change. He raised his hand and poured himself a bowl of wine. He raised it to the three brothers and said, "What are you looking at? Drink up. There are still 2 jars of wine left. Tonight, we won't go home until we are drunk. Boss, come. I respect you for being a man." The 4 people raised the wine bowls in their hands at the same time. They didn't take the pressure of 2 people at the Earth martial arts realm seriously at all. Everyone gasped. To be able to ignore the pressure of 2 people at the Earth martial arts realm, he probably had the strength of the Sky martial arts realm. Such a young boy could have the strength of the Sky martial arts realm. Only a large family with a descendant of a super bloodline could have the strength of such a young man. There were only a few people in the Sky martial arts realm in the imperial capital. They had never seen someone like Jiang Xiaofan. Of course, no one knew that the person sitting here was Jiang Xiaofan, whom the emperor had personally searched for. If they really knew, Sun Qiu would definitely not dare to offend him. Whoosh! At that moment, a slight sound of wind breaking came into Jiang Xiaofan's ears. He slightly turned his body, and a silver needle almost flew past the tip of his nose. He was a little surprised, but Sun Qiu was even more surprised. He had been practicing silver needles and hidden weapons since he was young, and there were very few people who could dodge his sneak attack. Today, an unknown junior had actually dodged it. It was a great humiliation. "Kill him." Sun Qiu's tone was cold as he said in a deep voice. Once he said that, the surrounding diners all paid their bills and left. With the supervisor's tone and expression, they were destined to see blood tonight. If they didn't want to be implicated, it was better to leave as soon as possible. Black Dragon and Black Tiger knew that Jiang Xiaofan wasn't weak. They attacked at the same time and used all their strength. 4 hands turned into fists and punched at Jiang Xiaofan at the same time. Swish! Right at that moment, Jiang Xiaofan swallowed a battle spirit elixir. With the support of the combat martial body and the god power, he instantly appeared behind the 2 of them and released the wolf-tiger kill. 2 punches landed on the backs of the 2 of them at the same time. 1 punch from each of them sent them flying. They crashed into several wooden tables and rolled on the ground for a few meters. They only stopped when they hit the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. One of them had internal injuries, and the other had external injuries. They had lost the ability to fight for a short period of time. At that moment, those customers had yet to walk out of the Longevity Spring restaurant. In just a blink of an eye, Sun Qiu's 2 bodyguards were killed just like that. Who exactly was this Jiang Xiaofan? Die! At that moment, Sun Qiu was completely enraged. His palms crackled as he slammed towards Jiang Xiaofan's back in a flash. What the F***ck? Jiang Xiaofan was secretly shocked. He originally thought that Black Dragon and Black Tiger had no combat power as bodyguards. He didn't expect Sun Qiu to not only have combat power, but he was also a big shot with a bloodline inheritance. Early stage Sky Martial Realm, Thunder Element. Chi! Jiang Xiaofan quickly took a step forward to dodge the attack, but he was still struck by the lightning on his back. He immediately felt his hair stand on end as a numbness came from his back. His arms couldn't help but tremble. You still dare to dodge? I will let you know the consequences of being arrogant today. After speaking, Sun Qiu's body was covered with electric currents. He clenched his fists and charged straight at Jiang Xiaofan. This elemental power wasn't to be trifled with, especially this lightning element. It was even more deadly, and he would probably suffer a great loss if he directly touched it. Just as Jiang Xiaofan was about to make a move, a shout came from the entrance of the Longevity Spring restaurant. Who is causing trouble in the inner city of the royal capital? Sun Qiu's fist was about to touch Jiang Xiaofan's face, but he stopped. No matter how he looked at it, it was Jiang Xiaofan who had injured two people and caused trouble. If he injured Jiang Xiaofan, things would probably become much more complicated. There was only one department in the inner city that could speak in such a tone and manage the peace of the royal capital, the royal guards. Sun Qiu hurriedly turned around. At this moment, there were two people standing behind him. They were dressed in silver armor, and they were rank 4 imperial guards. Although they were of the same rank as him and only commanded a few hundred soldiers, they were all genuine imperial guards. They were on a completely different level from the soldiers in the outer city. P.S. Royal Forest Guards Major 4th rank, Royal Forest Guards Major 9th rank. Everyone, please don't mix it up. It's all my fault for not setting up the official position properly. I can't change it anymore. Sun Qiu pointed at Jiang Xiaofan's nose and said, "Sirs, this kid is causing trouble here. Quickly take him down so that he doesn't endanger the safety of the royal capital." They had come to Longevity Restaurant to reserve a table for their officers before patrolling the night. They did not expect to encounter such a thing. The two looked at Jiang Xiaofan and frowned. They quickly walked forward. Sun Qiu's lips curled up as he stood beside Jiang Xiaofan and said in a low voice, "Kid, who do you think you are to fight with me?" Jiang Xiaofan's heart did not waver when he saw Sun Qiu's smug look. The surrounding diners and the shopkeeper Qian Liang also let out a long sigh of relief. They could finally chase this little brat away. Otherwise, it would not be easy to clean up the mess tonight. However, what everyone did not expect was that the two of them came in front of Jiang Xiaofan and cupped their fists. "Lord Jiang." Sun Qiu's eyes widened and he looked at Jiang Xiaofan in disbelief. If he had not heard it with his own ears, he would not have believed that 2 rank 4 royal guards would actually call this young man in linen Lord. Jiang Xiaofan waved his hand. "Don't call me Lord. I'm just a small official. It's not worth mentioning." Chapter 231. Hiss, the people around all gasped. To be able to make the royal guards, a department personally managed by the emperor, so respectful, apart from a few high-ranking officials, it could only be the commanding officer of the royal guards. In that case, Jiang Xiaofan was at least a 3rd-rank iron-armored royal guard. Lord Jiang, the iron-armored royal guard. As long as he was well informed, he would naturally be able to contact the incident at the Imperial Equipment Department in the outer city a few days ago, as well as the princess's personal bodyguard, iron-armored royal guard, Jiang Xiaofan. Thinking of this, Sun Qiu hurriedly bowed. "Lord Jiang, I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me." The surrounding diners were all stunned on the spot. This was really like water rushing against the temple of the Dragon King. Not only did he contradict his own people, but he also contradicted an even higher official. Wasn't this looking for trouble? Jiang Xiaofan was not angry. Instead, he sat back on the chair and smiled at Qian Liang. "Shopkeeper, why isn't my wine served yet? Please wait a moment. Half price. Half price, half price." "Thanks." Jiang Xiaofan shrugged, then turned to look at Sun Qiu and said, "Don't you want to eat? Do you want me to give you a seat?" "No need, no need. Lord, please enjoy your meal." Sun Qiu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Then go do your work. Don't disturb my meal." "Yes, yes, yes." Black Dragon and Black Tiger supported each other and limped out of the Longevity Spring restaurant with Sun Qiu. At this moment, the surrounding customers all looked at Jiang Xiaofan with envy. He was just a lowly commoner just now, and now he had become a high-end player, scaring away these arrogant high-ranking officials. Actually, Sun Qiu was not afraid of the royal guards. The key was that Jiang Xiaofan had a strong backer like Long Shi. Moreover, everyone in the court knew about his identity. Princess Long Shi was the only hope to cure her chronic illness. If he was injured and His Majesty blamed him, it would be considered a light punishment for him to not dig up his ancestral grave and whip his corpse. At this moment, footsteps came from outside. A dozen people walked into the Longevity Spring restaurant, and Jiang Xiaofan recognized the two people in front at a glance. It was Yi Yi, and the other person was Yi Hao. They were acquaintances and had helped each other before. In addition, they were from the same department. Naturally, they were quite enthusiastic. Young hero Jiang is here too. Yi Yi smiled and bowed slightly. After all, Jiang Xiaofan had saved his life. This favor was not easily repaid. Yi Hao was also shocked. He quickly walked forward and patted Jiang Xiaofan's shoulder. Not bad. I haven't seen you for a few months, so I went out to investigate some things. When I came back, I heard that you became a royal guard. To Yi Hao, Jiang Xiaofan's alchemy ability was truly uncanny. He even saved the princess's life in a critical moment. Otherwise, he would not be able to protect himself. This was also one of the reasons why he admired Jiang Xiaofan. Jiang Xiaofan stood up and smiled at Yi Hao. That's right. Master Wei said that I can only go to the royal guards to feed the horses. Then, I have to show off my abilities. Otherwise, he will look down on me. Ha ha ha. Yi Hao laughed and said, since old friends are reunited today, let me treat you to a meal. There's no need for that. I will give you a half-price discount today. Everyone, sit together. I will treat all of you as a new official. Let's celebrate. Seeing that Yi Hao was about to reject, Jiang Xiaofan picked up a large bowl and filled it with liquor. Don't say anything. It's all in the liquor. After putting a few wooden tables together, a dozen royal guards sat in a circle. The dishes were delicious, and the liquor was mellow. Everyone had a great time chatting, from the inner city to the outer city, from daily life to daily life. This night was also Jiang Xiaofan's most hearty night since he arrived at the imperial capital. Yi Hao and the others had to go on night patrol in the middle of the night, so they dispersed. A meal cost 2 million copper coins. The expenses of a dozen strong men were not small, but Jiang Xiaofan never cared about this money. 2 silver coins made him happy for a night, and it was worth it. After a quiet night, Jiang Xiaofan and the 3 brothers slept soundly under the influence of alcohol. The next morning, Jiang Xiaofan washed up and went straight to the entrance of the imperial palace. Due to drinking too much, Jiang Xiaofan had a hangover, and he felt dizzy. Fortunately, he refined an elixir to sober him up, which made him feel better. Long Shi had been waiting at the door for a long time. After seeing Jiang Xiaofan, she hurriedly trotted forward and said, Master, Master, I have something to tell you. Yes, what is it? Jiang Xiaofan asked in confusion. Long Shi pursed her pink lips and said, Father said that there is no way to go to the immortal abode directly. It will be a month later at the earliest. A month. Jiang Xiaofan murmured, then smiled and said, All right, then you have to work hard this month. Yes. Everything that followed was naturally simple and rough. As a straight man, how could Jiang Xiaofan have tender feelings for the fairer sex? Since she said she could stand it, then he would forget that she could not stand it. It was not that Jiang Xiaofan was a sadist. The key was that the improvement of his physical body would directly determine whether he could obtain the recognition of the Azure Dragon bloodline and open the Dantian. At the same time, it would ensure Long Shi's safety. Not to mention him, even Jiang Xiaofan did not dare to say that the god-level bloodline power that he had accumulated for more than 10 years would be released from his dantian in one go. Although Long she was a princess and was usually delicate, she gritted her teeth in this matter and did not refuse at all. She tried her best to improve herself. This also made Jiang Xiaofan, as her master, very gratified. Of course, while Long she was working hard to train her physical body, Jiang Xiaofan was not idle either. He found a corner and started to rush for alchemy again. Now that he had a huge amount of spiritual herbs, it would be a waste if he did not rush for alchemy. What he wanted to do was to break through to heaven-grade alchemy and become an immortal-grade alchemist. There were very few records of immortal pills in the Divine Medicine King book. He felt that it might be the same as the 100 Refinements Divine book. His realm was not high enough, so he could not see things of a higher level. If he became an immortal-grade alchemist, he would probably become the most handsome man in the northern border and even the entire spirit brilliance world. After the elixir was cast and placed into the storage ring, it would be taken away by Hen Zhu in the next second. Chao Mo was complaining at the side. However, at this moment, a piece of news in the palace made the entire city boil. The immortal abode cultivation was brought forward, and the quota would be confirmed a month later. 20 members of the royal family could bring one person in. There were 20 officials in the royal capital. Other than these who were almost predetermined, there were a total of 50 spots left. These spots would be chosen by the golden-armored Imperial Guard Chu Heng and the commander of the Ministry of War, by Moxing, from among the soldiers and disciples of the various clans. The immortal abode cultivation that happened once every 3 years made many people yearn for it. It was also a wonderful holy land that all cultivators in the royal capital pursued. In order to successfully enter, everyone cultivated hard. For a time, weapons, elixirs, and the dense forest outside the city became popular. Whether they were rich or poor, strong or weak, they would all fight here.